Chapter 3459. After a full 2 to 3 hours, Li Shiqing finally woke up. Her eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes and saw Yang Kai sitting in front of her. She wished she could faint again. Just as she was about to close her eyes and pretend to faint, Yang Kai shouted with a straight face, "Sit properly." Li Shiqing's body trembled. Obviously, she was extremely afraid of him. She bit her red lips, and her eyes drifted for a while before she slowly knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head, as if she was a little wife who had been bullied. Yang Kai found it funny and asked calmly, "You're called Li Shiqing?" She nodded slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his temples. "The Flower Shadow Great Emperors are your Swordsman?" He nodded his head ever so slightly. "Are you a mute?" She nodded again, and then quickly shook her head. She timidly looked up at Yang Kai and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "No." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Since you're not, then you'll answer whatever this king asks you. If you dare to deceive me, you'll suffer." I know. Li Shiqing held her head as if Yang Kai's voice was very loud. Yang Kai suddenly felt that the Flower Shadow Great Emperors were very pitiful. How could they teach such a disciple? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Based on your previous reaction, you must have heard of me, right?" "Yes." "Ha," Yang Kai sneered. "No matter what you heard before, this king wants to tell you now. This king has already left the Star World and is incompatible with the Star World. We can't live under the same sky. Sooner or later, this king will fight back and let those guys know how powerful I am." Yang Kai was wondering if he should confess the truth to Li Shiqing so that she could cooperate with him. But looking at her expression now, it was better not to. He didn't want her to be too careless and reveal the truth. This woman's character really wasn't worth trusting. Li Shiqing looked up and seriously looked at him, blinking her eyes. Yang Kai fiercely said, "Did you hear me clearly?" "Understood." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. "Let me ask you, do you know how you came here?" Li Shiqing shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I was already here." "That should be Yu Ruming's handiwork." He reckoned that Bai Zhua had also put in some effort into it. Changing the topic, Yang Kai asked, "Rumor has it that Ming Yu fell into the territory of the demons. Do you know where he is now?" "You mean Bright Moon Master?" Li Shiqing didn't understand. "Who else could it be?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. "Bright Moon Master is here?" Li Shiqing was shocked. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and looked disappointed. Looking at her reaction, he was afraid that she didn't know where Ming Yu was. It was useless to ask her, so he immediately lost interest in talking. Since he didn't speak, Li Shiqing didn't dare to speak at will, and fell silent for a while. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "I see that you have been resisting the erosion of demonic qi. Are you sure you can hold on?" He didn't know how long she had been like this, but Yang Kai felt that the strength in her body was almost exhausted. When she fainted just now, if it weren't for Yang Kai's protection, she would have been contaminated by the demonic qi. At that time, the demonic qi would have entered her body and would have more or less affected her, possibly even turning her into a demon cultivator. Speaking of this, Li Shiqing's expression was a little bleak as she slowly shook her head and said, 10 days at most. My space ring was taken away. I don't have anything to restore myself with." Yang Kai had already noticed this. Li Shiqing really didn't have a space ring, otherwise, she wouldn't have exhausted her strength. Yang Kai casually flicked a space ring at her and coldly snorted, "Live well. If you become a demon cultivator, you will have no value to this king." Finished speaking, he got up and walked out. Behind him, Li Shiqing picked up the space ring and checked it, immediately revealing a happy expression. Inside it were source crystals and various spirit pills that she needed the most. With these things, she could restore her strength and continue to resist the erosion of the demonic qi. Yang Kai had just walked out of Li Shiqing's room when he saw Yu Ruming standing by the flower bed outside with a meaningful smile on her face. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't notice any aura at all and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't reveal any flaws when he was chatting with Li Shiqing. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resolve the situation. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai walked up and unceremoniously put his arm around Yu Rumeng's soft waist. Yu Rumeng looked down at his big hand and smiled. Did I disturb your good time? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, Why ask when you already know the answer? What good time do I have? Yu Rumeng pouted her lips and said, You didn't hesitate to make a scene in the blood-fighting arena to bring her back. Don't tell me you don't like her? Yang Kai said angrily. Speaking of which, I want to ask you what's wrong with my maids. Why are they all like this? Did you do it on purpose? Yu Rumeng giggled. So what? Who knows if you will cheat on me? I can't keep an eye on you all the time, so naturally I have to be on guard. Yang Kai grimaced and said bitterly, You don't trust me too much. Yu Rumeng glanced at him. You have to be trustworthy. She turned around and got out of Yang Kai's arms, walked to the flower bed, picked a flower, and turned around to put it on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai stared at her vigilantly. What are you doing? Don't move. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai-san thought to himself, I'm a grown man. What's the point of having a flower on my head? Do you still want to see others? His figure flickered as he tried to dodge, but who would have thought that Yu Rumeng would follow him like a shadow, gently pushing him away as she retreated. She then tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai, laughing so hard that she was convulsing. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He raised his hand and pulled the flower off his head, threw it to the ground and stomped on it. He then said fiercely, Just you wait. Sooner or later you'll get it. He turned around and left, but his arm was grabbed by Yu Rumeng. What else do you want? Yang Kai was sullen. In the Star Territory, Yu Rumeng was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He could do whatever he wanted with her. But here, this cheap maid had recovered her cultivation. With the power of a demon saint, he couldn't compete with her. Yang Kai suspected that she was taking revenge on him. Are you angry? Yu Rumeng moved her head closer. Yang Kai tilted his head and said sarcastically, How would I dare? Okay, let's get down to business. Yu Rumeng looked serious. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond and didn't want to listen, she immediately smiled and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand and put it on her chest. Feeling the amazing elasticity, Kai Yang immediately became radiant with joy. Kneading and playing with it, he nodded his head and said, You tell me, I'm listening. Yu Rumeng glared at him angrily and said, I need you to go to the Cloud Shadow Continent. Cloud Shadow Continent? Yang Kai frowned. After thinking for a while, he understood the location of the Cloud Shadow Continent. Fortunately, he had studied the new map carefully before. Otherwise, he would still be confused. The Cloud Shadow Continent wasn't far from the Phantom Continent, but it wasn't close either. He needed to pass through several world gates. With his current speed and the tiger-headed chariot, he could reach it in half a day. Why are we going there? Yang Kai didn't understand. Naturally, there is a place where I need your help. That's why I brought you to the demon territory. As for what to do, someone will explain it to you when you get there. Yang Kai pondered for a while. He didn't understand why Yu Rumeng didn't hesitate to use the Heart Seal secret technique to get him to the demon territory. However, he was sure that she definitely had a plan. This was a good opportunity to find out her intentions. What's more, he couldn't inquire about the whereabouts of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent here. If he went somewhere else, he might have a chance. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart. But on the surface he said reluctantly, Can I not go? Help me. Yu Rumeng winked at him. Yang Kai couldn't stand it. This woman was not only a demon saint, but also a succubus demon. She was the best at seducing people. A casual wink was enough to make people lose their minds. Is there a benefit? Yang Kai's breath was heavy. Yu Rumeng pursed her lips and smiled. She glared at Yang Kai and looked into the room. The benefit is that you can do whatever you want with the women inside. I won't care about you. What kind of bullshit benefit is that? Yang Kai curled his lips. Then what do you want? Yu Rumeng looked at him mischievously. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Yu Rumeng couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She reached out and pulled his ear. She whispered back and touched her red lips with her finger. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking at those gem-like red lips, he said, Great. Yu Rumeng pinched the flesh on his waist fiercely. Yang Kai grimaced and said, "Speaking of which, it's not a problem for you to let me go to that cloud shadow continent. But what about that guy you sang? I'm afraid that he'll rob me halfway. You know that he's somewhat hostile to me. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I'll be at a disadvantage if I face him." Yu Meng said, "You don't have to worry about this. This time, he secretly took Li Shiqing out and used her to lure you to participate in the blood battle. But in the next moment, so Yang Kai hugged her waist and lowered his head. He killed him, saying, Yang Kai was overjoyed. I've long heard that the succubus demon is best at charming people. How can he be killed so easily? Yu Meng couldn't believe it. Laugh. Today, if she really I've come killed to a half saint for this kind of thing, Yu Meng shake her prestige and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's the other half saint subordinates had disloyal then you have to be careful. It just so happens that Baizhua came back from there. I've already sent Yu Sang to the two-realm battlefield. He's not allowed to return without orders, so you don't have to worry about him finding trouble with you. That's good too, Yang Kai sneered. I'll leave him alive for a few days. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I'll definitely take his dog life. Then I'll wait and see. Yu Meng smiled gently. Chapter 3460. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Kai felt refreshed as he walked on the streets of the holy city with a smile on his face, reminiscing about last night's ecstasy. Yu Meng was indeed a succubus. All kinds of bedroom techniques made his half-dragon body almost unable to withstand them. Just that little mouth of hers almost made him beg for mercy. If not for his strong physique, he would have retreated long ago. Compared to her, the dragon lady from Shanqing Luo was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, The only flaw was that he could not really take her down. Yu Rumeng was the last line of defense, and Yang Kai could do nothing about it. According to Yu Rumeng, it was not that she was unwilling, but as a demon saint, the power of the primordial Yin was enormous. Yang Kai did not have the fortune to enjoy it yet. If they really reached that stage, it might damage Yang Kai's foundation. She only told him to work hard to improve his cultivation. As long as he reached the level of a half-saint, he could really achieve the joy of having sex with her. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. When he reached the city gate, a voice suddenly came from the front. "Brother Yang, your glabella is red, and your eyes are full of love. It seems that you are going to be pregnant." Yang Kai looked up and said in surprise, "Brother Bai, why are you here?" The person in front was Bai Zhua, whom he had just met yesterday. And looking at him, Yang Kai could not help but wonder. "Brother Bai, are you waiting for me here?" Bai Zhua smiled and said, "Brother Yang, do you really think that the holy sage will let you go to the Cloud Shadow mainland alone?" Yang Kai showed a look of realization. "Brother Bai, you are going with me?" Bai Zhua said, "I'm only responsible for sending you over and handing over the information to the Demon King over there. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. The war situation in the two-realm battlefield is pressing, so I can't stay in the demon territory for too long." Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the current situation in the two-realm battlefield, but he was afraid that he would make a mistake if he spoke too much. So he only nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai." "Brother Yang, please." Bai Zhua gestured with his hand. His politeness made Yang Kai suspect that he had some ulterior motives. This guy was a half-saint. Even if he was giving face to Yu Rumeng, why would he be so polite to him? It seemed to be the same yesterday. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. After exiting the city gate, Bai Zhua was about to cast a spell to take him to the Cloud Shadow continent, but Yang Kai reached out and stopped him. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot he had just bought. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry this time. He didn't even know the purpose of going to the Cloud Shadow continent, so there was no need to rush. He could take advantage of this opportunity to try out this flight-type artifact. After a while, Yang Kai set the route and called out to Bai Zhua, Li Shiqing, and Xiao Wu to get on the war chariot. The interior of the war chariot wasn't too big, so it was just enough for the four of them. One more person wouldn't be enough. He definitely had to bring Li Shiqing with him, so that it would be convenient for him to look after her. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of arousing suspicion, he would have already put Li Shiqing into the sealed world bead, which would save him a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Wu, she had been ordered by Yu Rumeng to serve Yang Kai closely. Yang Kai suspected that Yu Rumeng had sent Xiao Wu to keep an eye on him, and not to fool around outside. He didn't have any objections to this. After all, she was just a maidservant. Although she looked a little ferocious, after interacting with her for a few days, he and Xiao Wu had become familiar with each other. It was better than looking for a new maidservant. After slightly activating his Emperor's core, the tiger-headed war chariot immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the nearest realm gate. Soon Yang Kai discovered the advantage of this thing. It didn't need to be controlled much. The route was set in advance. As long as there was enough power, the tiger-headed war chariot would fly all the way to the destination. Although its speed was not as fast as Bai Zhua's, it was definitely not slow. The power to drive the war chariot could be the Emperor's core and Devil's core, or it could be the demonic crystal. Yang Kai fiddled with the war chariot with great interest for a while before settling down. He turned to look at Bai Zhua, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "Brother Bai, do you know why the holy sage asked me to go to the Cloud Shadow continent?" Bai Zhua didn't answer but asked, "Didn't the holy sage tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "She only said that when I arrived there, someone would naturally explain the situation to me." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhua nodded and said, "Since the holy sage said so, then it must be." He caught a glimpse of Yang Kai rolling his eyes and laughed involuntarily. "Well, then I'll reveal a little. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The Cloud Shadow continent is about to disappear." Bai Zhua sighed and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. "I'm afraid only you can stop this from happening. about to disappear. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. What's going on? How can a continent disappear inexplicably? Bai Zhuo explained. This disappearance is not the kind of disappearance that you understand. Strictly speaking, the Cloud Shadow continent exists no matter what, but the portal of this continent is about to close. Originally, it had 5 portals, leading to 5 different continents, but in the past 1,000 years, 4 portals have disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one, which seems to be extremely unstable now. Once the last portal disappears, the Cloud Shadow continent will completely lose contact with the Devil territory. And the Devil territory will also have one less territory. So Brother Yang, do you understand? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Each of the fragmented continents in the infernal domain was equivalent to a small world. However, these small worlds were connected to each other by a realm gate. They could communicate with each other and were not independent. However, if the realm gate of any of the fragmented continents disappeared, it was equivalent to severing the possibility of communication with the outside world. It would be completely isolated. To the infernal domain, this continent was equivalent to disappearing. He said thoughtfully, "The Holy Sage asked me to come to the Devil territory for the Cloud Shadow continent?" Bai Zhuo smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's not just for the Cloud Shadow continent. Brother Yang, you may not know, but in the past tens of thousands of years, many continents in the Devil territory have disappeared. The Cloud Shadow continent is not an exception, nor will it be the end." Yang Kai was surprised. "Many continents are like this?" Bai Zhuo said with a serious expression. "In the territories of the Holy Sages, such things have happened more or less. In the past 10,000 years alone, the entire Devil territory has lost more than 10 continents. If you trace back further, the number will only increase. The space is unstable." Yang Kai's face became serious. When he first came to the Devil territory, although he was amazed by the many magical things in the Devil territory, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Only now did he understand what was wrong. The Devil territory was like a broken mirror. The fragments were originally a whole, so naturally, they could not maintain stability for long after they were broken. The disappearance of the realm gate and the continents was definitely related to this. Bai Zhuo nodded. Brother Yang is right. Therefore, in order to solve this problem, only those who are proficient in the law of space can do it. This is also why the Holy Sage values you so much. Yang Kai also nodded. I understand. In order to protect the Cloud Shadow continent, at the very least, we need to stabilize the last realm gate. Right? That's right. Bai Zhuo smiled. Brother Yang, you must know that in the Devil territory, the strength of the Holy Sage and half-saint like me is closely related to the size of the territory under our control. The larger the territory under our control, the more continents we have, and the stronger our strength. What's the reason for this? Yang Kai was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. Bai Zhuo smiled but did not say anything, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and was too lazy to waste his breath. He just frowned and pondered. Just as Bai Zhuo said, the strength of a holy sage was closely related to the size of the territory under their control. The Cloud Shadow continent might just be the beginning. Once he could stabilize the only realm gate and protect the Cloud Shadow continent, Yuru Meng might let him search for the missing continents. This was not nonsense. With his attainments in the law of space, shattering the void was a piece of cake. As long as he could determine the location of the previous realm gate, he might be able to find the missing continents. And once he found the missing continents and rebuilt the realm gate, Yuru Meng's strength would also increase. Just as he was pondering, Bai Zhuo suddenly spoke. Yang Kai also raised his head. His emperor chi surged, and the tiger-head chariot came to a sudden stop. With a whoosh, a stream of light shot out in front of them. It turned out that someone had launched a sneak attack, but that person did not have any malicious intent. The previous attack was only meant to stop the tiger-head chariot. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the void 1,000 feet away. A pair of white wings spread out behind her back, and a bow in her hand waved vigorously in his direction with a smug smile on her face. Boya! Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was just wondering who had launched a sneak attack on him. But he did not expect it to be this woman. That day in the blood-fighting arena, this woman had left without giving Yang Kai the slightest time to respond. But today she had taken the initiative to block his path. Could it be that she was here for the 10% bet? She was probably going to be disappointed. So it's this girl. Baizhua obviously recognized Boya and said with a smile, "Brother Yang, if possible, it would be good to subdue her. Once you go to the Cloud Shadow continent, she may be able to help you a little." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Her strength is all right, but her character is beyond praise. Just the fact that she liked women made Yang Kai feel a little uneasy about her. This woman dared to step into the blood-fighting arena and participate in the chaos for Li Shiqing. If she was really by his side, there was no telling what kind of trouble he would face in the future. Hearing him say so, Baizhua did not say much. While the two were talking, Boya suddenly flew over and greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello." After saying so, she suddenly noticed Baizhua and was slightly surprised. She hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Greetings, master." Baizhua smiled and said, "Did you get into trouble again?" An unnatural smile appeared on Boya's face as she said bashfully, "Master, when have I ever gotten into trouble?" Without giving Baizhua a chance to speak, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. She suddenly knelt down on one knee and cupped her hands. "Feather Demon Boya is here to serve under Master. Master, please accept me." Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Boya, wondering what was wrong with this woman. Chapter 3461. Not to mention that he wasn't very familiar with her. At most, they had only worked together once in the blood arena. Moreover, at that time, he hadn't displayed the spirit and ability to make her bow her head and listen to his orders. Speaking of this woman's character, she wasn't the kind of person who would listen to others easily. Instinctively, Yang Kai thought that she was joking, but soon his expression changed. He turned to look in a certain direction and sneered. He then turned to look at Boya, only to see an awkward expression on her face. The corners of her mouth twitched as she forced a smile at Yang Kai. Several powerful auras could be sensed several dozen li away. Among them, there was no lack of high-ranked Demon King-level existences. From a distance, one could even see the figures of those people glaring at them. Although Yang Kai had only glanced at them, he recognized one of them. It was the middle-aged Demon King from the blood-fighting arena. Those Demon Kings couldn't be here for him, so there was only one explanation: they were here for Boya. This woman's defection was fake, but she was here to seek protection. For some reason, she was actually being hunted down by people from the blood-fighting arena. Thinking up to this point, Yang Kai immediately waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite." Boya said with a mournful expression, "Master, you can't just leave me in the lurch. It's all because of you that I'm in this situation." Yang Kai snorted, "You're the one who offended them. What does it have to do with me?" Boya said, "It's all because of yesterday's blood-fighting arena. They seem to think that I interfered and ruined something good for them. So they've been chasing after me since yesterday. Boya has nowhere else to go, so I sincerely hope that Master can take me in. Master, you've seen Boya's abilities. She's very powerful and definitely won't disappoint you." Yang Kai sneered. "The demon territory is vast and boundless. You can't go anywhere, but you came looking for me. How laughable." Hearing this, Boya looked like a frosted eggplant. She said dejectedly, "If I could leave, I wouldn't have come looking for you. They've sealed all the realm gates. Where can I go?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "There's a saying in the human race. I don't know if you've heard of it." "What?" Boya looked at him curiously. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up. "Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but the sins we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear." Even though Yang Kai knew that Boya was being hunted down by the blood-fighting pit partly because of him, he really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. After that, he waved his hand and said, "Make way." Boya threw herself onto the front of the tiger-headed war chariot and said pitifully, "It's fine if Master doesn't want to take me in, but can you give me a ride? I just need to pass through the realm gate." He paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, take the 10% stake as my reward." "I don't want it." "There's no such thing as a 10% bet. Stop spouting nonsense," Yang Kai sneered. Baizhua suddenly said, "Brother Yang, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take her in. This girl is even more powerful than the average high-ranked Demon King. She'll really be of some help to you." Hearing this, Boya quickly nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. Master, please take me in. I already have no home to return to." Yang Kai glared at Baizhua in annoyance. He didn't know why Baizhua was so concerned about this matter. He slowly shook his head and said, "I'm worried." He didn't know much about Boya. How could he easily keep her by his side? Baizhua chuckled. "If that's the case, then I can help you with something." As he said this, he suddenly reached out to grab Boya. Boya was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat. However, even though she was strong, how could she be Baizhua's opponent? Baizhua's large hand directly pierced into Boya's head, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Then, Baizhua suddenly withdrew his hand. Boya's body was thrown back, as if she had suffered a heavy blow. She gasped for breath, and her face was filled with lingering fear. At this moment, Baizhua was holding something that looked like a cloud of smoke in one hand. He was twisting and turning it. With his other hand, he took out something that looked like a doll, and held it in front of his chest. He muttered some incantations, and cast a spell with one hand. He then threw the doll to Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Now you can use her without worry." On the other side, Boya's beautiful face turned pale. She took a few steps back, and looked at the doll in Yang Kai's hand in horror. "Soul puppet." Baizhua looked at her with a smile and said, "Since you recognize this thing, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future." Boya said bitterly, "Master Baizhua, how can you do this to me? What did I do to offend you?" Baizhua said curiously, Am I not fulfilling your wish? You should at least know how to repay kindness. Boya gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to say anything despite her anger. Yang Kai held the doll and asked curiously, "What's the use of this thing?" Baizhua smiled. "It can control her life and death. With this thing, you can guarantee that she won't be disloyal to you." "Really?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It's fake." Boya shouted and tried to snatch the doll away. "Give it to me, and I'll leave right now." Yang Kai wouldn't let her do as she wished. He moved sideways and dodged her attempt to snatch the doll away. He flicked the doll's forehead lightly with his finger. In the next moment, there was a dong sound, followed by a scream from Boya. She seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. She flipped a few times in the air before stabilizing herself. After calming down, a wave of dizziness swept over him. He covered his forehead with his hand and looked at Kai Yang with a face full of resentment. A dark red mark had appeared on his forehead, as if he had been punched. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She had only wanted to borrow Yang Kai's power to pass through the realm gate and then leave this place, never to return to the Phantom Continent again. Who knew that she would run into Baizhua, who sealed her soul in a soul puppet without a word, and she would never be free again. On the other side, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He reached out and pinched the doll's arm. Boya, who was in front of him, also couldn't help but raise her arm and poke the doll. Boya stumbled backwards. Everything that happened to the doll would be reflected on Boya's body. In other words, if the doll was destroyed, Boya would die without a grave. Yang Kai grinned. With this thing, he didn't have to worry about anything. He turned to Baizhua and said, "Do you have more of this thing? Give me more." Baizhua laughed and said, "This thing is not easy to refine and requires the assistance of a corresponding secret technique. Even if I gave you a few, you wouldn't know how to use them. What use would you have for them?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Just teach me that secret technique." Baizhua reached out and poked him, saying, "Quit while you're ahead." He obviously didn't want to teach Yang Kai that secret technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only give up and put the soul puppet into his space ring. He then turned to look at Boya with interest. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't trust this woman's character, Yang Kai would have thought that she was actually quite capable. After joining forces with her in the battle yesterday, Yang Kai was well aware of her abilities. Now that he had the soul puppet, it wouldn't hurt to keep her by his side. So he said warmly, "Since you've become my subordinate, you will obey my orders in the future. You will be rewarded for your merits and punished for your mistakes. If you dare to betray me, you will be executed without mercy." The corner of Boya's mouth twitched and she lowered her head, saying, "Can I go back on my word?" Yang Kai said, "That's up to you. If you don't want to, I'll give you the soul puppet right now, and we'll have nothing to do with each other." Boya looked at him in surprise, as if she hadn't expected him to be so agreeable. Even Baizhua was a bit stunned. It had to be known that although Boya's reputation wasn't great, her strength was obvious to all. Many half-Saint Realm experts wanted to recruit her, but she didn't want to be restricted in the early years and didn't agree. Later on, her reputation became worse and worse, so no one tried to recruit her. Boya didn't expect that she would become a dispensable existence when she came to Yang Kai, so she couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. However, these words made her somewhat tempted. She looked at the guy from the blood-fighting arena, more than 10 miles away, and hesitated for a moment. She fiercely rubbed her hair, and then put on a posture, as if she was ready to die. She said resolutely, "It's not impossible to work for you as long as you don't do anything strange to me." Yang Kai's lips curled. "You think too much." Boya tilted her head and cupped her hands, saying, "May I ask where Master wants to go?" "Boya is willing to lead the way." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Cloud Shadow Continent." Boya understood. She turned around and took a deep breath. She twisted her fingers, and a sharp arrow appeared at her fingertips. She didn't seem to have done anything, but the bow in her hand was already drawn, and the arrow was released in one smooth motion. The arrow turned into a streak of light and shot a dozen kilometers away. Boya laughed maniacally. "A bunch of dogs, eat this old lady's arrow." The demon kings a dozen kilometers away all paled and hurriedly dodged. With a loud boom, the sky changed color. When everything calmed down, the group of demon kings retreated another dozen or so miles. Boya no longer paid attention to those guys and arrogantly led the way. The demon kings in the distance watched her leave with gloomy expressions, but no one dared to stop her. With Baizhua here, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. If they missed today's opportunity, it would be impossible for them to find trouble with Boya in the future. Not long after, a realm gate appeared in the sky in front of them. It was leading to another continent. Just as Boya said, there were experts blocking the realm gate. They were probably people from the blood-fighting arena. However, Boya didn't approach and just watched from afar. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, Baizhua cast a spell to wrap them up and pass through. Those people couldn't do anything about it. From the Phantom Continent to the Cloud Shadow Continent, one had to pass through 5 realm gates and pass through 4 different continents. Along the way, it was quite peaceful. In less than half a day, the group arrived at the Cloud Shadow Continent. After passing through the World Gate, Yang Kai turned his head back and frowned slightly. He found that the realm gate here was indeed as Baizhua had said. It was a little unstable. Ordinary realm gates spanned across the void and didn't change for tens of thousands of years. However, the realm gate on the Cloud Shadow Continent would ripple from time to time, like a bubble that could burst at any time. Chapter 3462. According to Yang Kai's calculations, in less than 100 years, this realm gate would collapse. At that time, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely isolated, losing contact with the greater environment of the demon territory. Furthermore, the further one went, the more unsafe this realm gate would become. Who knows, one might accidentally fall into the void when passing through it, drifting in the void crevices, and unable to find a way out. Realm gates were also a type of void passageway, and this kind of unstable realm gate would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Yang Kai. He could use it to study the laws of space, and his body was a little emaciated. Yang Kai couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Cloud Shadow mainland. Although Yu Meng had asked him to come to the Cloud Shadow mainland of this mainland to resolve the matter of the realm gates, there might be many things that he would during their cooperation in the Cloud Shadow mainland. Looking down from the sky, his territory. The Cloud Shadow mainland was not small. In other words, could not see the end of these demon kings from the map that he had just obtained yesterday. Subordinates. It could be seen that the Cloud Shadow mainland, but he didn't know what he could do during this period in terms of size. It would be best if he could stir up chaos in the rear of the demon race to most other mainlands. Even if that didn't work, it was only because of the realm gate to divert the number of talents of the demon race. And there were only 10 high-ranked demon kings overseeing this mainland. On the other side, and less than 300 had already begun to introduce the 3 high-ranked demon kings to Yang Kai. No one knew when the realm gate of their mainland would disappear. And once Yang Kai casually noted the Cloud Shadow mainland of these 3 demon kings cut off from the outside world, old demon king, and no one would be able to enter the Cloud Shadow city. Therefore, the other 2 had come from the slightest bit of connection. They usually sat in their own territories and acted like tyrants. Long left this mainland. The same was true for other places to make a living. Show his face. Those who stayed after behind getting to know each other plans, or had no connections, and said, "In addition, let's talk because inside. Of the war with the astral everyone boundary, naturally agreed. The Cloud Shadow after mainland had also been mobilized by the demon race. The hall was therefore huge and magnificent. There were only 4 high-ranked 16 pillars that were as thick as less than 100 demon kings of other ranks. The pillars were carved with dragons and also unintentionally giving off an extraordinary atmosphere while they were chatting. More than 30 demon kings were lined up in several rows below. There was a vast city. Yang Kai lifted his robe and sat on rows upon rows of buildings. His gaze swept around in different disorder. Millions of members of the demon race lived in this city, valiant and formidable. This city was known as the Cloud Shadow City. Behind her on prosperous place, there were little dancers. Cloud Shadow mainland. This scene astonished many demon kings. It was also the center of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. They all turned their heads to look at Baizhua. Perhaps they had already received the news. With Baizhua when the tiger-headed chariot, how could this guy still be so arrogant and landed in front of a huge building in the middle of the city of politeness? There were already more than 30 demon kings didn't look angry at all. They became even more puzzled. Baizhua smiled faintly and said, "When Baizhua and the others got off the chariot, will be conferred the title of prince and saluted. He will be in charge of all matters of the Cloud Shadow mainland." Baizhua nodded slightly, all of you must work together and raised his eyebrows. Be loyal to your duties. Why are there only 3 of you? Those who dare to be negligent will be beheaded without mercy. The Cloud Shadow mainland had 4 high-ranked demon kings. But the crowd of demon kings was in an uproar. The last one, every one of them raised their heads to look at Baizhua. A high-ranked demon king in the middle immediately said, if they had heard wrongly, Lai Kuang sent a message saying that he was delayed by some matters on the way. Body was shaking I'm afraid it will take some time for him to arrive. Her heart had been greatly affected. Baizhua declined to comment. While he was asking, when Yang Kai was also observing the 3 high-ranked although his attitude was amiable, there were 2 men and letting 1 them know that this strange guy was had an extraordinary identity. Her figure was erratic. They never thought and that her face was shrouded in a black aura. There had never been a prince in the demon territory. To see her appearance clearly. Many demon kings didn't know what demon these 2 words spoke was a little old, but from the sage's and his vitality was already showing signs of decline. They could tell that Yang Kai's the other one was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a pale face, regardless of how strong he was. What did this guy do to make the sage value him so highly and entrust him with full authority of the Cloud Shadow mainland? But since these words were personally conveyed by Baizhua, it shouldn't be wrong. With only a slight hesitation, the 3 high-ranked demon kings bowed in unison and saluted. Your subordinates greet the king. The demon kings behind them also followed suit and shouted. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He inexplicably felt like he was a mountain king who had taken over a mountain. His style suddenly dropped a few notches. He was too lazy to correct the way they addressed him. He raised his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. In the future, this king will have to rely on all of you in this Cloud Shadow mainland. I hope that all of you can cooperate with me." The old demon king in the middle said, "It must be the king who asked us to do this." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Baizhua looked at him and said, "This matter is over. I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, you can contact the sage directly." Yang Kai stood up and said, "Brother Bai, you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you rest for a few days before leaving?" Baizhua smiled and shook his head. No need. To him, half a day's journey was nothing. Now that the two-realm battlefield was in full swing, he didn't have the time to waste here. Although he wouldn't be returning to the Star Realm in the near future, he still had a mission to do these days. He needed to go to various continents to mobilize the demon race's army to support the front lines. When the conversation between the two of them entered into the ears of those devil kings, it caused them to be even more certain of their guesses. This new Grand Prince is really comparable to a half-saint. Otherwise, how could he be brothers with Baizhua? Their hearts instantly shook, and they thought in their hearts that their days in the future would probably not be so carefree. Then, Brother Bai, I wish you a safe journey. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Baizhua turned and left. When he reached the gate, he suddenly turned back and said to Yang Kai with a smile, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The Blue Plains continent connected to the Cloud Shadow mainland is Yusang's territory." After he finished speaking, he winked at Yang Kai, then turned into a stream of light and shot straight into the clouds. Yang Kai frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Baizhua's words before he left clearly had a hidden meaning, reminding him to be careful of the Blue Plains continent's movements. However, now that Yusang had been transferred to the two-realm battlefield by Yuru Meng, he wasn't afraid. If the Blue Plains continent really came looking for trouble, he would definitely make sure that they wouldn't be able to return alive. Yang Kai lightly sneered, then collected his thoughts. However, when he saw that many demon kings below were looking at him, he immediately coughed lightly and said, "This king has come to the Cloud Shadow mainland under the orders of the saint to protect the realm gate and ensure that the Cloud Shadow mainland is not lost. This is a matter of great importance, so there can't be the slightest bit of negligence. Therefore, I hope that everyone will do their best to cooperate with this king in the future. Protect the realm gate." All the demon kings revealed shocked expressions. Only now did they know why the saint had sent Yang Kai here. This was great news. These people didn't have the ability nor the opportunity to leave the Cloud Shadow mainland. Once the last realm gate disappeared, they would definitely be buried with the Cloud Shadow mainland. They had thought that there was no hope for them in this life, but they didn't expect that a light would suddenly shine in the darkness. The old demon king said excitedly, "My king, are you serious?" The other two high-ranked demon kings also looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, looking expectant. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh and said, "How can this be false? There's no benefit in lying to you." The female shadow demon said, "If my king can really protect the last realm gate and not lose it, then the entire continent will be reborn. This subordinate will definitely follow master. Even if it means going through water and treading on fire, I won't hesitate." The female demon king's voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears, making people feel refreshed. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that his words would cause such a big reaction from her. Thinking about what Baizhua had said before, he somewhat understood what this woman was thinking. Protecting the Cloud Shadow mainland was equivalent to protecting their lives and future. How could she not take it seriously? The pale-faced middle-aged demon king frowned and said, "My king, it's not that I doubt you, but if you want to protect the realm gate and not lose it, then you must be proficient in the law of space. But as far as I know, no one in our territory has this ability. May I ask where my king's confidence comes from?" Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, "No one in your territory is proficient in the law of space, but it doesn't mean that I can't. I forgot to tell you I am a human." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the void in front of him. 10 feet away, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared, with an imposing manner that could swallow the entire world. Chapter 3463. The black hole lasted for a full 10 breaths of time, before Yang Kai clenched his fist and disappeared. But at this moment, the shock in the hearts of the demon kings was still boiling. Firstly, this new king was really proficient in the law of space. He could shatter the void with the rays of his hand, and create a black hole that led to the chaotic void. Obviously, his attainment in the law of space was very deep. Secondly, this king was actually a human. Now that the human race and the demon race were at war, the holy sage actually appointed a human as the king, and let him rule over the Cloud Shadow mainland. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai sneered softly. Although I am a human, I have already turned against the astral plane. There is no place for me in the human race. Moreover, the holy sage personally recruited me to the demon race's territory, so you don't have to worry too much. The reason why he revealed his origin so readily was mainly because he could not hide it. After all, he would be staying here in the future. As long as he used a little bit of his power, his identity as a human would definitely be exposed. Instead of letting these guys be suspicious and on guard in the future, it was better to be open from the beginning. Without giving these guys a chance to speak, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Boya, listen to my order." Boya was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. She took 2 steps forward, turned around and cupped her fists. "Your subordinate is here." Yang Kai looked at her solemnly and said, "I order you to be the deputy commander of the Cloud Shadow City. Assist Lao Ku in managing the affairs of the Cloud Shadow City. You must cooperate with all your heart." Boya's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said in a deep voice, "Yes." Lao Ku was the old demon king. He was the commander of the Cloud Shadow City before Yang Kai's arrival. This city was the center of the entire continent, and was extremely important. However, before this, Lao Ku was the only one in charge. Now there was an additional deputy commander, Boya. She was not a fool. Yang Kai had appointed her as the deputy commander of the Cloud Shadow City. Obviously, he intended to intervene in the affairs of the Cloud Shadow City. After all, controlling this place was equivalent to controlling everything in the Cloud Shadow mainland. It would be convenient for him to do things in the future. After all, Lao Ku and the others were not on the same side. Even with Yu Ru Meng's order, it was still inconvenient to be separated by a layer. Yang Kai had no other choice. He didn't have anyone he could use, and Boya was his only choice. Fortunately, he had the soul puppet, so Boya wouldn't betray him. If Boya could really gain a foothold in Cloud Shadow City, it would be beneficial to him in the future. As expected, this appointment made the 3 high-ranked demon kings frown. Lao Ku was old after all, and had already lost his blood. He only hesitated for a moment before calming down. On the other hand, the female shadow demon, and the other high-ranked demon king, both revealed worried expressions. They were afraid that Yang Kai would also interfere in their territory. If that was really the case, they would definitely not be too happy. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no such intention. He said a few words of encouragement to Lao Ku, telling him to take care of Boya, and help her familiarize herself with Cloud Shadow City. Lao Ku responded respectfully. As for what he was thinking, it wasn't clear. As it was his first time here, Yang Kai didn't want to say much. He left Boya behind to let her communicate with Lao Ku, then led Xiao Wu and Li Shiqing into the inner hall. The best room had already been prepared for him. There were also rooms on both sides, which he had arranged for the little dancer. After asking Xiao Wu to find someone to get a detailed map of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, and records of the division of forces of each demon king, Yang Kai hid in the room alone, and began to investigate. Since Yu Ru Meng had given him this opportunity, he naturally had to make good use of it. If the realm gate could be maintained, then so be it. If it couldn't, then it didn't matter. However, Yang Kai really wanted to control the Cloud Shadow mainland. When the time came, whether it was to protect himself or to secretly cause trouble for the demon race, he would need the power of this place. After studying for 2 days, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Just as he was putting down all the miscellaneous items, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai raised his hand, and when the door opened, Boya walked in. At this moment, This woman was no longer as respectful as before and her demeanor was much more casual. Looking him up and down, she giggled and said, "Should I call you master or king?" "Up to you." Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Boya said, "I want to report to you some of the information I've gathered over the past 2 days. Do you want to hear it? If not, I'll be leaving." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and narrowed his eyes at her. "It seems that you don't understand the situation you're in." Saying so, he took out the soul puppet from his space ring and bent his finger, preparing to fire it. Boya couldn't help but take a few steps back, her beautiful face pale as she covered her forehead with both hands and shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. I'm very calm right now. As for whether I'll be impulsive or not, that'll depend on your performance." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Boya couldn't help but scoff, curling her lips and saying, "Cloud Shadow Mainland has 4 high-ranked demon kings. The 3 you've seen are fine, but that Lai Kuang, you'll have to be careful." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Boya said, "Didn't you notice that Lai Kuang hasn't come to see you? It's been 2 days. That Carson and Yin's territory isn't here, but they were able to come 2 days ago. However, Lai Kuang hasn't shown himself yet." Carson was the middle-aged demon king with a pale face, while the female shadow demon's name was a little strange. It was a single word. These 3 people, along with Cloud Shadow City's commander Lao Ku, were the only 4 high-ranked demon kings left in Cloud Shadow Mainland. Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed it if she didn't mention it, but now that she did, Yang Kai felt that there was something wrong with Lai Kuang. The news of him being conferred the title of prince and ruling over Cloud Shadow Mainland must have spread, so Lai Kuang should have rushed over to see him. After all, he was going to be Lai Kuang's superior in the future. But in reality, Lai Kuang hadn't shown himself yet. Lao Ku had said that Lai Kuang was delayed on his way to deliver the message, but no matter how much of a delay it was, it couldn't have taken 2 days. What in Cloud Shadow Mainland could delay a high-ranked demon king for so long? Is this a show of strength? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Boya laughed coldly. "You're not stupid, are you?" Seeing Yang Kai raise the soul puppet again, the corner of her mouth twitched. "I've asked around. Before you came, these 4 high-ranked demon kings were all in their own territories, with no one restricting them. Now that you've suddenly become their king, they have to listen to your orders. I'm afraid none of them will be happy. If you were really a half-saint, that would be fine, but you're just a mid-ranked demon king. What makes you think you can ride on their heads?" Yang Kai said, "That makes sense. Go on. What else did you find out?" Boya said, "As I said before, Lao Ku is old and frail. Although he's a high-ranked demon king, he's nothing to be afraid of. These days he's been very cooperative with me. I've already taken control of half of Cloud Shadow City's power. Na-in and Carson probably want to test your strength. Although they hope that you can protect the Realm Gate and protect Cloud Shadow, they don't know how strong you are, so they naturally can't trust you too much. However, they won't target you either. You can ignore the 2 of them for the time being, but you have to be careful of Lai Kuang. I've heard that he's one of the strongest among the 4, only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Moreover, he has connections with the Blue Origin continent." Yang Kai thought for a moment. So he's in a favorable position. There was only one realm gate in Cloud Shadow continent, and it was connected to the Blue Origin continent. Since Lai Kuang's territory was on the other side of the realm gate, it was indeed convenient for him to communicate with the Blue Origin continent. Boya revealed a gloating expression. So if you want to protect the realm gate, you have to go to Lai Kuang's territory. If you don't deal with him, how will you get his cooperation? Yang Kai stared at her, making Boya feel very uncomfortable. She frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm warning you, don't even think about doing anything strange to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." As she said this, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and assumed a defensive posture. Yang Kai smiled. "I just realized that you're quite capable." 2 days ago, when Yang Kai appointed Boya as the vice commander of Cloud Shadow City, his intention was to send a signal to the other demon kings. He was in charge of everything here, and he didn't expect Boya to help him. Who would have thought that in just 2 days, Boya would be able to gather so much information and control half of Cloud Shadow City's power? Hearing this, Boya smiled proudly. Not only are feathered demons good at shooting, but they are also good at gathering information. Yang Kai crossed his arms and rested his chin on them. He stared at her with a burning gaze. "If that's the case, then you must know where Lai Kuang is right now, right?" Boya didn't say anything. She just pointed at her feet. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "In the city?" Boya nodded. "He entered the city a day ago, but he's in his mansion right now." "Very good." Yang Kai's lips curled into a cold smile. He pondered for a moment and said, "Go call Layak and the others over." Boya couldn't help but have a bad feeling. She frowned. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai stood up and looked out the window. "Someone wants to show me who's boss, so I have to make an example out of them. Otherwise they'll look down on me." Boya stared at him. "Are you crazy? Layak and the others won't help you if you attack Lai Kuang at this time. I'm not counting on them to help me." Boya pointed at herself. "Are you counting on me? This isn't the blood arena. I can't help you much. Lai Kuang isn't alone. He brought a lot of demon kings with him this time. If Lai Kuang was alone, she wouldn't be afraid." As long as Yang Kai could hold him back, her archery skills would be enough to make him suffer. But according to the information she obtained, Lai Kuang had brought almost all of his demon kings with him this time. It was obvious that he had come prepared. It's better to have more people. Yang Kai glanced at her quietly. Boya couldn't help but shudder. Just as she was about to open her mouth to persuade him again, she saw the impatience in Yang Kai's eyes. Knowing that if she tried to persuade him again, she would most likely be punished, so she quickly said, "If you insist, I'll obey. But if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Chapter 3464. More than 40 demon kings were gathered on the drill ground of the city palace. Lao Ku, Carson, and Ian stood solemnly gazing ahead. Behind these demon kings, there were thousands of demon commanders and tens of thousands of demon general. Although there were many people, the drill ground was completely silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The three high-ranked demon kings exchanged glances and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't know why the new prince had called them here at this time, but they all had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Yang Kai stood in front of the demon kings and glanced around indifferently before saying, "This king has only been here for 2 days, yet he has already lost a precious treasure. This king is truly distressed by the poor atmosphere of Cloud Shadow City." Lao Ku's eyes twitched. He was the commander of Cloud Shadow City and was in charge of everything in the city. If Yang Kai really lost something, it definitely had something to do with him. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that the thing lost was very valuable. He suddenly felt uneasy. If he didn't handle this matter well, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, may I ask what you lost and when?" This subordinate is willing to personally lead a team to investigate this matter and give Your Majesty an explanation. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. The deputy commander has already found out the whereabouts of the thief. However, the thief's strength is not ordinary, and he has a lot of people. Today, I called you all here to catch this thief and eliminate our Cloud Shadow City." Hearing this, Lao Ku couldn't help but glance at Boya. He saw that this woman had lowered her head and lowered her head. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He knew that the new deputy commander had been doing everything he could to fight for power with him. However, he didn't have the ambition he had when he was young. In addition, Boya's trip was justified, so he just let it be. However, he only gave half of the power, and the other half was firmly in his hands. Not having ambition didn't mean that he didn't have the desire to protect himself. However, when did this deputy commander inquire about this kind of information? How come he didn't receive any information? Not only was he puzzled, but Boya was also cursing in her heart. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do. Capturing the thief was a good excuse to lose the treasure. However, although there were many people here and many experts, could they really help? She suddenly felt that Yang Kai was too naive. He was holding a chicken feather as an arrow. She might suffer a big loss tonight. She secretly decided that if the situation turned bad, she wouldn't care about Yang Kai's life. She would find a chance to snatch the soul and escape. On the other side, Yang Kai continued, "This king will personally lead this operation, so you must obey my orders. Where is the vice commander?" The corner of Boya's mouth twitched. She stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them immediately." Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the demons in front of him. Boya braced herself and said, "Yes. Very good." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, he was the first to soar into the sky, followed by Boya. The three high-grade devil kings exchanged glances and hurriedly called for their subordinates to follow as well. In an instant, over 10,000 figures soared into the sky above the city. Although it was late, Cloud Shadow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. With the cover of the night, although there were many people, they didn't make a sound. At the front, Yang Kai had an indifferent expression, as if he was at ease. Boya, on the other hand, was restless. Her eyes darted left and right, as if she was looking for a retreat route. Behind the two, the three high-ranked demon kings' divine senses were surging. They were obviously communicating. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them, even if he noticed. These three were just guessing his intentions, but they would find out soon. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a while, Yin suddenly sent a message. "Our king isn't going to deal with Lai Kuang, is he?" Lao Ku and Curson were startled. They turned to look at her. Curson asked, "What did you see?" Yang Kai's so-called missing treasure, and capturing the thief was definitely a ruse. They weren't fools. How could they not see through it? Even if there was a treasure, it would be stored in a space ring. How could it be stolen for no reason? Lao Ku and the others thought that Yang Kai was using this to punish them and establish his authority. Later, they realized that wasn't the case. However, he didn't hesitate to mobilize so many people. He definitely had other motives. Yin sneered. Don't tell me you didn't know that Lai Kuang entered the city yesterday. Lai Kuang didn't conceal himself when he entered the city. He even contacted the three of them, after entering the city, to inquire about the so-called Grand Prince. How could they not know? Yin pointed forward. Lai Kuang's mansion is over there. And this direction was exactly where they were heading. Hearing her words, Curson and Lao Ku's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that this Grand Prince might really be going to deal with Lai Kuang this time. Otherwise, why would he act in such a manner in the middle of the night, and even use a clumsy excuse of a missing treasure? Curson frowned. If that's the case, what should we do? Logically speaking, they should listen to Yang Kai's orders. However, they weren't familiar with this Grand Prince and didn't trust him at all. If Yang Kai really asked them to deal with Lai Kuang, they definitely wouldn't be willing. Lai Kuang was a madman and he was strong. If they really forced him into a corner, at least one of the three of them would have to die with him. Who would be willing to do such a thankless thing? Yin also frowned. She felt that Yang Kai had given them a big problem. At the same time, she was very annoyed. This guy thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had the Lord behind him? What a fool. Although the Lord had conferred him the title of Grand Prince, and was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, without enough power, who would be willing to listen to his orders? Moreover, the realm gate of the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to disappear. The entire mainland would be completely isolated within 100 years. The few of them who had been staying here were the kind of people who were unloved and unloved. They all had the potential to be fugitives. If they really forced Lai Kuang to a certain extent, only Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a while, she transmitted her voice. Let's wait and see. Anyway, no matter what, she couldn't attack Lai Kuang. Although Yang Kai had given her some hope, that hope was too vague, and not enough for her to risk her life for him. It would be best for tonight's matter to end peacefully. If it really got to a point where it couldn't be resolved, she wouldn't stand on Yang Kai's side. At worst, she would just betray the Cloud Shadow mainland and seek refuge with another lord. An upper-grade demon king would be accepted wherever he went. However, bearing the name of a traitor would make life difficult for him in the future. Clearly, Carson and Lao Ku had the same thought. They nodded and agreed with her point of view. Just as the three of them were secretly communicating, the group had already arrived above a huge mansion. Yang Kai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and looked down at the brightly lit mansion below with a mocking smile. Lao Ku and the other two looked at each other and secretly thought, as expected, this Grand Prince is so daring to attack Lai Kuang. Yang Kai pointed down and said, the thief who stole this king's treasure is hiding here. I ask the three of you to help this king capture him. His gaze swept to the side. Lao Ku and the other two were quietly looking at him unmoved. At the side, Boya covered her face with her hands. She was too embarrassed to continue watching. She only felt embarrassed. It was really embarrassing. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. He smiled faintly and waved his hand, shouting, surround him. This order caused Lao Ku and the others to frown. It wasn't that this order was difficult, but rather unexpected. They had thought Yang Kai wanted them to attack directly. If it was just to surround them, they could have cooperated. In any case, as long as they didn't directly clash with Lai Kuang's people, they wouldn't really offend him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Lao Ku nodded to Carson and Yin. Under the three's orders, the 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and over 10,000 demon general immediately spread out and surrounded the mansion below. At the same time, they secretly passed down orders that without their orders, no one was to attack. At the same time, in the main hall of the mansion below, the lights were brightly lit, and there were signs of singing and dancing. At the head of the table, there was a tall and sturdy demon king with disheveled hair, who looked like a madman. He was dressed in black and had 2 women in his arms. At the table below, there were more than 20 demon kings on both sides. The table was filled with fruits, wine, and delicacies. At the center of the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. The sound of wind instruments and woodwinds filled the air. At the head of the table, Lai Kuang was looking down with a face full of smiles. The two women in his arms were very good at flattering him. They served him wholeheartedly, making him even happier. Suddenly, a demon king stood up from the table and cupped his hands, saying, "Master, when shall we go and pay our respects to the Grand Prince?" As soon as he said this, the noise in the surroundings suddenly quieted down. All the demon kings stared blankly at the guy who spoke. Lai Kuang also turned his sharp gaze from the women below. His gaze was bone-chilling, causing the demon king who spoke to break out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Did I say something wrong? Could it be that the master didn't come to Cloud Shadow City to pay a visit to the new Grand Prince?" Just as he was in doubt, Lai Kuang suddenly grabbed a wine bottle in front of him and smashed it over. With a bang, the demon king who spoke was smashed on the head. He instinctively tried to dodge, but he didn't dare to. He didn't even dare to use his devil chi to protect his body. Even though his body was strong, this hit still caused his head to bleed. The pain on his head was insignificant. What made him panic was Lai Kuang's reaction. As expected, he said something wrong again. "Is this your first day following this king?" Lai Kuang looked at him coldly. That demon king was terrified. He hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and lowered his head. "Master, please calm down. This subordinate knows his mistake." Lai Kuang coldly snorted. "Where did you go wrong?" Chapter 3465. The demon king's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Lai Kuang was on the verge of exploding in anger. If he didn't handle it well, he would definitely suffer. But if he knew where he was wrong, he wouldn't have spouted nonsense. At this time, he couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, someone reminded him and he quickly said, "Master, you are so mighty. That guy should be the one paying you a visit." Lai Kuang's face relaxed a little. He glared at the demon king, too lazy to argue with him. If it were someone else, he would definitely punish them. But this subordinate of his had made a mistake in his cultivation in his early years, causing his mind to be damaged. There was no point in arguing with him. Seeing this, the demon king smiled embarrassedly and returned to his seat. But once this topic was raised, the other demon kings couldn't sit still. Someone immediately said, "Master, this subordinate heard that the so-called prince doesn't seem to be very strong. Not only is his strength not high, but he's also a human." It wasn't that they didn't have any connections in Cloud Shadow City. After entering the city yesterday, they contacted many people to inquire about him. The news that Yang Kai publicly admitted that he was a human had long been spread, so it wasn't a secret. But someone who heard this for the first time exclaimed, "Human? How can he be a human? Can this news be confirmed? He is indeed a human. I heard that guy had some mishap in Star Territory. He accidentally became the demon race, and became the demon race. He was chased by the great emperors and false emperors, and was forced to come to demon territory. I don't know how he caught the eye of the holy sage, and was entrusted with such an important task. The holy sage doesn't know how to recognize people. The Cloud Shadow continent should be ruled by the master. Why did she send a human over? This is ridiculous. It would be fine if he was strong enough, but his cultivation is only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. Sigh, the holy sage has miscalculated this time. The human race is deceitful and changeable. Who knows what kind of flowery words he would say in front of the holy sage? The holy sage is a woman after all." The group of people all talked at once. They all looked like they were fighting for justice for Lai Kuang, and felt that Yu Meng had been blinded. "Bastard!" Lai Kuang bellowed, immediately silencing the demon king below. He swept his dignified gaze around. "The saint has her own reasons for doing things. How can you casually talk about it? If the words of this place were to spread out, you will have to bear the consequences." It was indeed inappropriate to talk about the Lord behind his back. If the Lord knew about it, he, Lai Kuang, would be severely punished. After saying that, he snorted coldly. Lao Ku was forced to stay in the Cloud Shadow City, but Carson and Ian, those two idiots, actually rushed over to pay their respects as soon as they heard the news. What a disgrace to the demon race. But I, Lai Kuang, don't take them seriously. Do they think that they can control the Cloud Shadow mainland just because they have the Saint's edict? Wishful thinking. That's right. Our demon territory doesn't need the human race. We have always respected strength. If he didn't have the ability, how could he sit in that position? Someone immediately agreed loudly. Lai Kuang sneered and said, I'm afraid you all don't know. A few days ago, that brat offended Master Yu Sang in the Holy City. Master Yu Sang sent an order for me to think of a way to deal with this brat. As long as I complete this task, Master Yu Sang can guarantee that I will control the Cloud Shadow mainland. With this power, I may be able to become a half-saint. The demon kings were overjoyed when they heard that. They all raised their heads to look at Lai Kuang and congratulated him. Master Yu Sang thinks so highly of you. If you control the Cloud Shadow mainland, it will only be a matter of time before you become a half-saint. Ha 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 ha. Lai Kuang couldn't help but laugh, as if he could already see himself becoming a half-saint. He raised his hand and said, It's still too early to talk about this. What we need to do now is to complete Master Yu Sang as soon as possible. Before he could finish, Lai Kuang suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, How dare you? With a single slap, the table was smashed to pieces. Wine splashed everywhere as he soared into the sky. With a loud boom, a hole was smashed through the ceiling of the Great Hall. Only at this moment did the demon kings in the Great Hall realize that something was wrong. There seemed to be many auras outside, and they actually surrounded this place. Without hesitation, more than 20 demon kings flew into the sky and passed through the hole. At this moment, in the sky above the mansion, tens of thousands of demon race experts were scattered in all directions in an orderly manner, surrounding a large area. Lai Kuang flew up with a gloomy face. He swept his gaze around and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. A trace of obvious killing intent flashed in his eyes. Asterisk whoosh 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 star. One figure after another flew over and appeared behind him. They were none other than his subordinates. For pairs of eyes met. Yang Kai smiled and sized up the high-ranked demon king in front of him. He was indeed extraordinary. His blood energy was extremely dense and impressive. He was undoubtedly stronger than Lao Ke and the others. It seemed that Boya's information was correct. This guy was only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Lai Kuang was obviously stunned. However, after seeing Lao Ke and the others behind Yang Kai, he immediately understood Yang Kai's identity. This was that human prince. They were just talking about him. He didn't expect to meet him so soon, and under such circumstances at that. As if sensing the playfulness in Yang Kai's eyes, he knew that this guy didn't come with good intentions. He simply pretended not to know, and pointed his halberd in front of him. He angrily shouted, Who are you? Tell me your name. Yang Kai faintly smiled. This king was conferred the title of prince by the saint, the ruler of Cloud Shadow mainland. Who are you? Prince? Where did this prince come from? Lai Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely. He bared his teeth and grinned. This king has never heard of you. As for me, I am Lai Kuang. Since this guy didn't come with good intentions, today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He might as well take this opportunity to take his life. Then even if the saint investigated, he could say that Yang Kai was rude. Yang Kai tilted his head. Lai Kuang. I remember now. This king has a subordinate called Lai Kuang, but I haven't met him. What evidence do you have? Lai Kuang sneered. What evidence do you want? The group of devil kings behind him also roared with laughter. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they thought to themselves, Is there something wrong with this human's brain? He actually wants their lord to take out evidence to prove his identity. Just the cultivation of a high-grade devil king is enough. Or is he trying to find a way out for himself? Yang Kai nodded. Looks like you don't have any evidence. He suddenly shouted, Vice Commander. Boya really didn't want to bother with him. When Lai Kuang appeared, she knew that something was wrong. This guy was stronger than any other demon king she had ever seen. Moreover, he was a stone demon. His defense was naturally strong. Her archery skills might not be enough to deter him. However, she couldn't ignore Yang Kai's shout. Her soul puppet was still in his hands. She braced herself and said, Here. Look at this person carefully. Is he the one who stole this king's treasure? Yang Kai pointed. Lai Kuang couldn't help but frown. Stole the treasure? What the hell? Boya didn't even look at Lai Kuang. She followed Yang Kai's words and said, there are some similarities. She didn't dare to be too sure. She didn't want Lai Kuang to hold a grudge against her. Then it's you. Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he said the last word, he rushed in front of Lai Kuang like a ghost. Lai Kuang jumped in fright. He didn't even see how Yang Kai moved. He was almost face to face with him. He instinctively circulated his demon yuan, causing his body to glow with a stone luster. He really was a stone demon. He was born with thick skin and flesh. At the same time, he threw a punch forward. Since his opponent had made the first move, he wouldn't be careless. After all, he had to kill this person tonight, so he didn't hold back in this punch. But just as he moved, he saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye. This vertical slit exuded a strange power, causing his mind to waver for a moment. However, that was all. He was a peak high-ranked demon king. His soul was incomparably powerful. Even the demon eye of annihilation couldn't affect him for long. And Yang Kai wanted this short moment. He had just used the soul-severing blade not long ago. The heaven-piercing strike still needed to be nourished, so it wasn't suitable for him to use it again. However, the blossoming lotus secret technique was activated. In an instant, Lai Kuang's vision was filled with a budding lotus flower. He couldn't see anything else. The lotus flower took root in his mind, madly absorbing the power of his soul. The petals bloomed, and Lai Kuang couldn't help but groan in pain. At the same time, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's left shoulder. Everyone was stunned. Lao Ku, Carson Een, and even Boya were all dumbfounded. It was only now that they reacted. They had all thought that Yang Kai had come with an army of 10,000 to borrow their strength to deal with Lai Kuang. They all had their own plans. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no such intentions? Instead, he directly attacked Lai Kuang without hesitation. Was he seeking death? Although Lai Kuang was a stone demon, and wasn't as strong as the power demon, how could a mid-rank demon king withstand a punch from him? Seeing that punch land on Yang Kai's shoulder, everyone was stunned. They all subconsciously thought that Yang Kai would die without a burial. Boya had already stood up, preparing to snatch Yang Kai's space ring as quickly as possible, and then leave this place. However, what she saw in the next moment left her mouth wide open. Lai Kuang's punch had indeed landed on Yang Kai, but Yang Kai actually didn't die. His body only tilted slightly to the side, and he took the full brunt of the punch. Immediately after, Yang Kai opened his mouth and unleashed a deafening dragon's roar. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rushed towards Lai Kuang. Lai Kuang was already tormented by the blossoming lotus secret technique, to the point where he wished he was dead. Now that he had taken the full brunt of the dragon roar secret technique, he was seeing stars, and his divine sense trembled uneasily. The middle and low-ranked devil kings behind him were even more aghast as they lost their footing, and their formation was instantly broken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell. As it spun, it rapidly grew in size and enveloped Lai Kuang and himself. Chapter 3466. With a clanging sound, the mountains and rivers bell fell. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang both disappeared, suppressed by the bell. Lao Ku, Carson, and Yin were all dumbfounded. After Lai Kuang's subordinates steadied themselves, they all frowned and stared at the mountains and rivers bell with strange looks on their faces. From the looks of it, that human probably wanted to fight Lai Kuang alone with Master Lai Kuang? Otherwise, why would he use such a treasure right from the start? But where did that guy get his confidence from? Although Lai Kuang was an upper-ranked demon king, he was only one step away from half-saint. It could be said that as long as he had the right opportunity and enough time, he would definitely be able to become a half-saint. Even Lao Ku and the others, who were also upper-ranked demon kings, admitted that they were not his match. How could a mere mid-ranked demon king be so daring? He must be tired of living. Even if they thought with their toes, all the demon kings could predict what would happen next. It could only be that the human would be killed by Master Lai Kuang on the spot. There was no other possibility. One of the mid-ranked demon king glanced at Lao Ku, and the others indifferently, and waved his hand. More than 20 of Lai Kuang's subordinates immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the mountains and rivers bell. They clearly did not want Lai Kuang to be disturbed before the battle ended. Seeing this, Lao Ku and the others' faces darkened. They were not worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wanted to die, there was nothing they could do. However, this mid-ranked demon king's attitude of not putting them in his eyes was infuriating. But that was it. There was nothing more to it. Carson and Yin looked at each other, and could not help but sigh. The human prince had only been here for a few days, and he was already killed by Lai Kuang. It would be difficult to explain to the saint. Compared to this, they were actually more worried about whether Lai Kuang would find trouble with them later. For a moment they were deeply worried. They felt that they had been implicated by Yang Kai this time. Inside the mountains and rivers bell, there was only a space of 20 meters. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang stood facing each other, the former shaking his head and stretching his muscles, while the latter glared at Yang Kai angrily. Although his life wasn't in danger, Lai Kuang was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His expression was ferocious. Although he was angry, Yang Kai's mind was still clear. Turning his head to look around and using his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately understood his current situation and could not help sneering. "Human, you're quite bold, daring to act like this." To be honest, what Yang Kai had just done was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said lightly, "You are quite bold. This king is ordered to take charge of Cloud Shadow. Since you have entered the city, why don't you come to pay your respects? Who do you think you are? You are qualified for me to pay my respects to you." Lai Kuang sneered and raised his arms. He glared and shouted, "You have offended Master Yu Sang. Do you think you still have a way out?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yu Sang has been sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint. Don't you know?" This confirmed that Lai Kuang was indeed close to the Lanyuan continent. Bai Zhua had said before that the Lanyuan continent was Yu Sang's territory. Lai Kuang was stunned when he heard this, his eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai sneered, "Looks like you really don't know anything." If he knew something, he would not have reacted this way. Lai Kuang waved his hand angrily. "Don't talk nonsense. Master Yu Sang is deeply trusted by the saint, and is regarded as his right-hand man. How could he be sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint? As for you, if you are willing to submit to me, I may spare your life today." "I'll return your words to you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "I have just arrived here, and my foundation is shallow. I want to gather some help. Seeing that your cultivation is not bad, it would be a pity to kill you. If you can open your mind, and let me plant my soul brand, I can spare your life today." Lai Kuang laughed. "Ignorant child, shameless boasting." He looked around and said, "You are relying on this treasure?" "Yes, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Although this king has not tried it, I know that it will not be easy to break it. However, your mistake is that you should not have stayed here with this king. In this space of 20 feet, if this king wanted to kill you, where can you hide?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mockingly. "I will give you one last chance. Submit or die." Lai Kuang's face turned cold and he shouted, "I want you dead." As soon as his voice fell, His demonic chi surged as he rushed towards Yang Kai, like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage, unstoppable. Yang Kai did not seem to notice, standing in place and looking at him with a smile. Lai Kuang frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was doing, but he did not show any signs of resistance. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gathered a bit more strength and punched out with all his strength. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai suddenly raise his hand, and a large figure strangely appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Before he could see clearly what it was, a fist the size of a door came at him. The fist had not yet arrived, but it gave Lai Kuang a feeling that he could not block it. It was as if what was coming at him was not a fist, but a mountain. In a flash, Lai Kuang hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his innate divine technique, causing his body to glow with a golden light, giving off a feeling that he was invulnerable. With a loud bang, under Lai Kuang's disbelieving gaze, he was sent flying by an irresistible force. Golden light flashed wildly from his body as he slammed into the wall of the mountains and rivers bell, with a loud clanging sound. His internal organs and blood churning, Lai Kuang struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes trembled as he looked up, clearly seeing what had injured him. It was a Tinjiang-tall stone giant. Its entire body was burning with evil flames, and its body was covered with stone spikes. An aura that made him feel fear was emitted from the evil flames. A divine spirit. There were divine spirits in the demon territory, and some of them were so strong that even a half-saint would have to retreat. Although Lai Kuang did not recognize the divine spirit in front of him, he knew that it was not something he could fight against. Excruciating pain came from his arms. His opponent's punch had already shattered his arms, and even a few of the bones in his chest had been broken. If he had not been born as a golem, and had his innate magical powers, that punch alone would have been enough to shatter his body. What kind of terrifying power was that? Lai Kuang's eyes twitched, and his heart was filled with unease. Compared to the strength displayed by this divine spirit, he was more confused about how it appeared here. Obviously, there was only him and Yang Kai here just now, and this place had been sealed off by some unknown artifact. So how could it have entered? Just as Lai Kuang's mind was in turmoil, the avatar shook its head and said, "I can't use it." Although the mountains and rivers bell could change its size, this space was only 20 feet wide, and he felt that his hands and feet were tied. Yang Kai slowly walked out from behind the avatar and said with a smile, "Don't complain, just put up with it." With his current strength, dealing with Lai Kuang was a piece of cake. But if he really fought him alone, it would take some effort. His main purpose here tonight was to intimidate the Cloud Shadow demons, so it was better to finish this battle as soon as possible. If it was delayed for too long, who knew what would happen outside? Hearing this, the avatar did not say anything else and strode towards Lai Kuang. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he followed closely behind. Lai Kuang's heart was filled with danger. He knew that if he did not deal with this properly today, he would really die here. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai grasped the void with one hand, and a long spear appeared in his palm. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai roared angrily as he pushed his demonic chi and fiercely thrust the spear behind him. The power of this spear was exerted with all his strength, and it felt like it could shatter heaven and earth. A fist-sized pitch-black ball appeared at the tip of the spear. As long as he could break this treasure, he would be able to receive the help of his subordinates outside, and the situation would be reversed. Even if he could not, he would still be able to escape. This was undoubtedly his only way out. With a rumble, the mountains and rivers bell shook, but it was not damaged at all. On the other hand, Lai Kuang was pushed back by the rebounding force. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He had really underestimated the level of this treasure. His full-powered spear attack was actually unable to shake it. This was undoubtedly a saint artifact-level treasure. This human whose strength was only comparable to a mid-rank demon king. How could he possess such a treasure? Even though life and death were on the line, Lai Kuang could not help but feel jealous. But at this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised his hand and pressed downwards. In an instant, An indescribable force enveloped Lai Kuang, making his body feel as heavy as 10,000 caddies, making it difficult for him to move. Not only that, strands of dark red aura uncontrollably escaped from his limbs and pores, gathering in the embodiment's large hand. What kind of damned secret technique is this? Lai Kuang turned pale with fright. He clearly sensed that his strength was being absorbed by the other through space. Although the speed was not too fast, if this dragged on for too long, his foundation would definitely be damaged. At that time, he would not be able to advance any further in his cultivation. It would be good enough if he could maintain his realm as a high-ranked demon king. Shocked, he turned his spear, wanting to break through the embodiment's secret technique. But at this moment, Yang Kai attacked from the side. His hands turned into dragon claws, and his entire body was filled with draconic might. This caused Lai Kuang's heart to pound, realizing that he had underestimated this human from the beginning. Looking over, it was as if he could see the figure of a giant dragon curled up behind Yang Kai. In his days, Yang Kai had broken through the defense he was so proud of, leaving a 5-finger mark on his body. Normally, this kind of injury would only be a small one, but under the effects of the embodiment's secret technique, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Even though Lai Kuang reacted quickly and used his demonic qi to quickly seal the wound, his momentum still fell in this short moment. Chapter 3467. As the central city of the continent, Cloud Shadow City was always bustling with noise and excitement. But tonight, the city that should have been bustling with noise was strangely quiet. The news that the city palace had mobilized more than 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and tens of thousands of demon general to surround a mansion had spread like wildfire. Many members of the demon race had no idea what was going on, so they hid and watched from afar. However, there were some members of the demon race who knew that it was Lai Kuang's mansion. Lai Kuang had just entered the city a day ago, and now the city palace had mobilized so many people. Were they going to attack Lai Kuang? How could Clark be so bold? Or perhaps, this was all the doing of the new prince. No matter what, there would be a good show to watch tonight. Those of the demon race who had a bit of strength could feel that the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to change tonight. The entire Cloud Shadow City was shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere. Outside Lai Kuang's mansion, the Mountains and Rivers Bell was suppressing a large area. Lao Ku and the others were watching from afar, while Lai Kuang's 20 demon king subordinates were frowning. Ever since the treasure had trapped the human and Master Lai Kuang within, it had already been half the time it took to brew a pot of tea. As for what had happened inside, they had no idea. All they could hear was some vague sounds coming from within. The fact that the human could last so long under Lai Kuang's master's attack was beyond their expectations. In their minds, with Lai Kuang's strength, he would be able to quickly take down the human and escape from the treasure. But in reality, the movements inside showed the intensity of the battle. Their initial calm had disappeared, and the 20-plus demon king's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Lai Kuang's master wouldn't meet with any mishap inside, would he? After all, the treasure belonged to the human, but they hadn't sensed any signs of the treasure's power being activated. The bell seemed to be only used to block the outside world's view. They tried hard to cast this thought away, and firmly believed that Lai Kuang's master couldn't even deal with a human. They waited quietly. At the same time, inside the Mountains and Rivers Bell, Lai Kuang's eyes were wide open in anger, as he frantically fled like a stray dog. But where could he escape to in a mere 20 zhang radius? He never thought that he would fail so miserably. At first, he didn't put the human in his eyes. But when they really fought, he realized that the human's strength wasn't any lower than his own. And with the help of that strange divine spirit, Lai Kuang was beaten to the point of no return. His originally tall and sturdy figure had already shriveled up like a dried fish. His body had lost a great deal of blood essence, and this was all thanks to the Saint Spirit. He didn't know what kind of evil technique the Saint Spirit had cultivated, but it actually had the effect of devouring everything. Every time a wound appeared on his body, a large amount of blood would gush out and be devoured by the Saint Spirit. It wasn't a big deal if it happened once or twice, but once it happened too many times, Lai Kuang couldn't take it anymore. At this moment he could feel that his foundation had been damaged. His cultivation of high-grade Devil King had already dropped to mid-grade, and there was no way for him to recover. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, and there was only darkness in front of him. Seeing Yang Kai once again blocking his path and grabbing at him with his sharp fingers, Lai Kuang hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, I surrender, please spare my life, master. Lai Kuang is willing to follow master and serve master with my life. If he delayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life. At this time, integrity and reputation weren't important. Saving his life was the most important thing. Yang Kai's dragon claw stopped in front of Lai Kuang's neck. He tilted his head and saw the unwillingness in Lai Kuang's eyes. He grinned. It's too late. If you surrender now, what use do I have for you? If Lai Kuang was an upper-class demon king at his peak, Yang Kai would still be interested in recruiting him. But Lai Kuang had been devoured by the Dharmakaya, using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. His strength had dropped greatly, and there was no way for him to recover. There was no point in taking him in. Lai Kuang didn't cherish the opportunity he was given, and was forced into a corner. How could there be such a good thing in the world? By the time he finished speaking, Kai Yang had already made a grabbing motion. As the light flashed, the Mountains and Rivers Bell spun and quickly shrank. All the members of the demon race who were looking at this place couldn't help but perk up. Lai Kuang's 20 subordinates were even more excited. Boya's eyelids twitched. She really didn't dare to look, afraid that she would see something she didn't want to see. The soul puppet wasn't bad in Yang Kai's hands. At least in the past few days, Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her. Nor did he make her do anything she didn't want to do. But if the soul puppet fell into Lai Kuang's hands, Boya was sure that her life would be worse than death. So even though she knew that the chances were slim, she still prayed that Yang Kai could create a miracle and appear in front of her alive. When the mountains and rivers bell rose into the air, the sealed space was finally exposed to the eyes of the demon race. Lao Ku and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Lai Kuang's 20 or so demon king subordinates, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation and disbelief. A chill ran down their spines. Boya was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes as hard as she could, as if to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. Yang Kai really was alive. Not only was he alive, there wasn't a single wound on his body. He stood there majestically, holding a 2-meter-long spear in his hand. A shriveled corpse was propped on the tip of the spear. The corpse looked like it had been dead for countless years. It was so shriveled that it didn't even look human. But from its face and body, one could still see Lai Kuang's shadow. Its dull eyes were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. And that 2-meter-long spear was obviously Lai Kuang's demon treasure. Lai Kuang was actually dead. Everyone felt like their hearts were being hammered by a sledgehammer. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they felt like they were in a dream. How could Lai Kuang die? How could the ending be like this? Among the 4 high-ranked demon kings in Cloud Shadow Mainland, Lai Kuang was the strongest. Even if he encountered another high-ranked demon king, he would be fine. And the cultivation Yang Kai displayed was only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king. According to the human race's classification, he was only a second-order emperor realm master. It was impossible for him to kill Lai Kuang without suffering any injuries. Was it the work of that bell-shaped artifact? Although the bell didn't show any signs of releasing its power, who knew what kind of strange abilities it had? Perhaps it was the power of that bell that allowed Yang Kai to achieve this. What made these demon race even more horrified was what kind of secret art Yang Kai had cultivated to actually turn Lai Kuang into a dried corpse. It was not hard to imagine that Lai Kuang had undoubtedly suffered extremely tragic torture before his death. Even his vitality had been completely drained away. And such a secret art would undoubtedly be called a demonic art by the human race. No wonder this guy betrayed the star boundary. With such a demonic art, how could there be a place for him in the star boundary? Yang Kai held Lai Kuang's dried corpse with his spear, and looked around coldly. The 20 or so demon kings gathered around him, all took a few steps back. They all felt a fierce aura rush towards them, causing them to tremble in fear. Lai Kuang, how dare you steal my treasure and ruin my Cloud Shadow's reputation? You even disobeyed my orders and disobeyed my orders. This king will behead you today. Please take this as a warning. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Under the stimulation of his Emperor Qi, his voice spread far and wide. Almost all the demon race in Cloud Shadow City heard it clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his hand and nailed Lai Kuang's dried corpse to the top of the tallest building in the city. A strong wind blew, causing the dried corpse to sway. Its angry eyes seemed to be looking at everyone, causing the demon race members to tremble in fear. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the 20 or so demon kings around him and shouted, "Lai Kuang's subordinates, you disrespected your superiors and aided the evildoer. I should have killed you all, but since you were just following orders, I will spare your lives for the time being. I will make a decision after the investigation." Waving his hand, Yang Kai looked at Lao Ku, Kusun, Yin, and the others with a burning gaze. "Take them all down. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy." Lao Ku and the others couldn't help but shudder. The gentle impression they had of Yang Kai, when they first met him 2 days ago, was completely overturned. They had thought that this human was just a sheep pretending to be strong. But who would have thought he was actually a hungry wolf? Tonight's events had instantly exposed his true colors. With Lai Kuang's example as an example, Lao Ku and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Even Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai in an extremely short period of time. How could they be a match for him? If they really angered him, their future days would definitely be difficult. Therefore, when the order was given, Lao Ku and the others only hesitated for a moment before waving their hands and saying, "Do it!" In an instant, more than 40 demon kings moved out and pounced on Lai Kuang's subordinates. Lai Kuang's subordinates were still in a daze. They hadn't recovered from the shock of Lai Kuang's death. When they heard Yang Kai's harsh words, they immediately panicked. However, although their numbers weren't small, Lao Ku and the others had twice as many people as them. Furthermore, there were 3 high-ranked demon kings overseeing them. Therefore, most of the demon kings stood there with gloomy expressions, allowing Lao Ku and the others to seal their cultivations and capture them. Only 2 or 3 demon kings, who were either panicking or truly loyal to Lai Kuang, actually rose up and broke out of the encirclement in anger. They each used their own secret techniques and turned into streaks of light to escape. Fortunately, there were still thousands of demon marshals and over 10,000 demon generals surrounding them. Borrowing the slight obstruction of these demon race, 3 meteor-like arrows pierced through the air and accurately nailed the 3 fleeing demon kings, killing them on the spot. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Boya putting away her bow. After a short while the dust settled. Everyone in Lai Kuang's residence had been captured. Perhaps they wanted to make up for their previous negligence, but this time, Lao Ku, Carson, and Yin were very cooperative. They carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Lao Ku arrived in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. "Great King, the 22 demon kings under Berserker Lai's command are all here. 19 of them were captured alive, 3 were killed, and 348 others below the demon king rank have been captured." Chapter 3468. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Bring them all back." Mr. Crook complied. Yin slowly walked forward and handed over a bunch of rings, saying, "My king, these are the spoils of war." Since the group of demon kings had been captured, their space rings were naturally taken as well. There were 22 of them, not one more, not one less. They all belonged to Lai Kuang's demon king subordinates. As for Lai Kuang's space ring, Yang Kai had already taken it. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand, saying, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. Take these things and divide them among yourselves. Treat it as a token of my appreciation." He didn't have much use for the items from the demon race. Taking Lai Kuang's was enough. He might as well use the rest to buy people's hearts. Tonight, he had killed Lai Kuang and intimidated Lao Ku and the others. Now was the time to give them some benefits. Yin was silent, but didn't say anything. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your reward, my king." Lao Ku's mouth twitched when he heard this. Although there were many good things, why did it sound like he and the others wanted the 5 demon kings dead? It definitely wasn't much for just following orders. After all, however, they had sent out quite a few people tonight. He didn't dare say it out loud. However, he paused for a moment before saying, feel a little more the other 14 aren't much of a problem. Yang Kai still needed their help. They don't intend to avenge Lai Kuang, and wouldn't blame them for their previous neglect and assign them to your respective subordinates. Everything was sorted out. Yes, Yang Kai waved his hand and led the demons back home. Seeing that they didn't intend to leave, back at the dry corpse nailed to a high place. Is there anything else? Although he didn't, the others looked at each other. He never thought that this guy would meet his end in such a way. Your
Majesty's
Majesty,
death wasn't a big
you
deal.
said that you came
But
to
after
the Cloud
tonight,
Shadow mainland
the Cloud
to
Shadow
protect the realm
mainland
really
gates
did
under
have
the
the orders of
master.
the saint.
The next
Now
day,
that Lai Kuang has been
had
killed,
just come out of
the
sealed
Cloud Shadow
world bead
mainland is
when
under
he
your
sensed
control.
several auras
You
waiting
can also make
outside.
arrangements there.
It was Lao Ku
When
and
will
the
you be
others.
leaving?
He didn't know
This
how
matter
long
was
they
an
had been
illness
waiting.
in their hearts.
Young Kai
The
waved
sooner
his
it was
hand
resolved,
and opened the door.
the sooner they could
Lao
feel
Ku
at
and the
ease.
others entered
Therefore,
one by one.
even if it was
when
a
they
little
came
overboard,
close, they
they
cupped their
couldn't
hands
help but
and
want
said,
to urge him.
"Greetings,
Young
my
Kai
king."
smiled and said,
"What's up?"
In a few
Young
days,
Kai picked up the teapot.
however, before
and
that,
poured himself
I
a
have
cup
something
of water.
for you to do.
He looked up at
As
them
you command,
and
Your
sneered in his
Majesty.
heart.
Although
Although
he
he
had
had only
all the
been here
information
for a
about
few
the
days,
Cloud Shadow realm
these
gates,
people had not been so
including the
attentive
ones
to
that
him
have
in the past few
disappeared.
days.
I have some
They
use
didn't
for
even
them.
take the
This was
initiative
a small
to pay him
matter.
a visit.
Although they
But
didn't
this
know
morning,
Young Kai's
they all ran
intention,
over together.
Lao Ku and the
It
others
seemed that
still
last
agreed
night's
readily.
incident had
Young
quite
Kai
a big
pondered
impact
for a
on
moment.
them.
He
Lao
reached
Ku
out
replied
and took out an
reporting
exquisite
to Your
jade box.
Majesty.
He
This
said,
subordinate,
speaking
and
of
the
which,
others followed Your
I do have
Majesty's
something
orders
to ask the three
and
of you.
interrogated
Lao Ku and the others
subordinates
didn't
overnight.
dare.
Opening
We have
the
already
jade box,
obtained the results.
Kai Young took out a
As
small
he
black
spoke,
pill
he handed
about the
over a
size of
jade
a
slip.
pigeon's egg,
Young Kai
similar to a
reached
pill,
out and took
this
the
black
jade
pill
slip.
didn't look
He
very
used his divine
eye-catching
sense to
and
check
didn't
the
have the
information
slightest
inside.
medicinal fragrance.
There was nothing else inside.
However, if one
Only
used their divine
information
sense
about
to
the
perceive
19
it,
captured
they
demon
would be
kings,
able to detect the
including their
terrifying
race,
energy it
origin,
contained.
cultivation.
However,
This
this
kind of
relationship
energy
with Lai
wasn't
Kuang,
something that
loyalty,
just
and
anyone
so
could
on.
digest.
Among them,
The
5
energy it
demon king
contained
were
was
highlighted.
chaotic and evil.
Lao Ku
If a
explained from the
human were to
side,
consume it,
those 5
they
have
would
been
instantly
following Lai
become the
Kuang
demon
since
race.
they were insignificant.
On the other hand,
the shortest
if a
time
demon
they have
race
been with
member
him
were to
is at
consume
least
it,
1,000 years.
it would be greatly
How does
beneficial
Your Majesty wish
and would
to deal with
definitely
them?
increase their
These
cultivation.
5 were undoubtedly
This thing
Lai
was found in
Kuang's
Lai
most
Kuang's
trusted
space ring.
subordinates. There weren't
Including
many of
the
them,
3 who
only
had been
3
killed
of
by
them.
Boya.
Each one was
Since they
stored
were
in
his
a trusted
box
subordinates
and was
he
placed
couldn't
in the
keep them
deepest
for
part
long.
of Lai Kuang's
In any
space
case,
ring.
he didn't care
Obviously,
how
they were
many
very
demon
precious.
kings died here.
Young Kai
He
didn't know what
immediately
this
looked
thing
up
was,
at the 3 in
but
front
he
of him and
assumed that
asked,
Lao Ku and
"What
the
do you
others
think?"
should know.
Lao Ku
However,
pondered for a
to his
moment before
surprise,
saying, when he took
this
out the black
subordinate
pill,
feels that it's
the
best
eyes
not
of
to
Lao
keep
Ku
them,
and the others
lest
suddenly
something
became
unexpected
scorching
happens.
hot. Even their
Yin and
breathing
Kirsten
became
also
slightly
nodded in
rapid as
agreement.
they stared at the
Young
black
Kai
pill.
said indifferently,
Young Kai raised his
since the
thick
3 of
eyebrows
you
and
are of
asked,
the same opinion,
"What is this?
let's deal with them."
Lao Ku gulped and cupped his fists.
Your Majesty is from the human race, so it's understandable that you don't know about this thing. However, to the demon race, especially us demon kings, this thing is a great supplement. This is a myriad demon pill. A myriad demon pill? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This is a myriad demon pill. Yin asked, Your Majesty knows about the myriad demon pill? Yang Kai said with a strange expression. I heard someone mention it a few days ago. That bastard Yu Sang wanted to use 80 myriad demon pills in exchange for Baijue's forgiveness in Holy City. Although he had asked Baizhua about the myriad demon pill that day, Baizhua simply smiled and didn't say anything, leaving him helpless. He never thought that he would actually obtain it today. It was no wonder that a half-saint would use it as a bargaining chip. This thing was truly extraordinary. The energy contained within it was extremely large, comparable to an emperor pill that had formed pill clouds and been nourished for 1,000 years. Yang Kai estimated that if a low-ranked demon king were to consume this thing, it would only take a few dozen pills to advance to a mid-ranked demon king. Of course, the prerequisite was that the low-ranked demon king had enough time to digest the energy within. As for a mid-ranked demon king, consuming 400 to 500 pills would allow it to advance to a high-ranked demon king. Of course, this was only his own estimate. He didn't know the truth. Who refined this thing? Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he knew that refining this thing was definitely not an easy task. The energy contained within was too large, and only a powerful alchemist would be able to condense it. Naturally, he was interested in the person who refined this thing. With such a miraculous alchemy technique, it was likely that this person was comparable to the wondrous pill great emperors. He never thought that there would be such a person in the demon territory. Yin laughed involuntarily. My king, you may not know this, but this myriad demon pill is formed by nature, not refined by humans. Formed by nature? Yang Kai was astonished. Indeed, formed by nature. Lao Ka nodded solemnly and explained. There are several hundred continents in the demon territory, and on 80% of them, there is a myriad demon nest. Every few years, a certain number of myriad demon pills will be produced in the myriad demon nest. These pills are consumed by us demon kings, and can increase our cultivation realm and shorten our cultivation time. More or less, we have all consumed a myriad demon pill before. Yang Kai was amazed. 80% of the continents have this myriad demon nest? He was stunned for a moment before asking, then what about our cloud shadow continent? There is. Lao Ka nodded. Just like the realm
After
gate,
the myriad
it is
demon
also in
pills
Lai
were
Kuang's
collected.
territory.
You
Sang
would
would definitely
definitely
share
share
some of the profits
produced
as a reward.
He is the one who
the more
collects
people
them,
he accepted,
and then offers
the
them
more
to the
rewards
saint.
he would naturally
You
give.
are not involved.
Since Lai Kuang
Yang
was
Kai
working
looked
for
at the
him,
3 people
why would
in
he
front of
accept
him with a
others?
strange expression.
How is this nest of
Since
myriad
these things
demons
were so
formed?
useful to
Why
them,
does it exist
and
in
they
more
were the
than
high-ranked
80% of
demon
the
kings of
continents?
the Cloud Shadow
Yang
continent?
Kai asked curiously.
They definitely had the
This
right to
question stumped
participate
Lao
in the
Ku and the
supervision.
others.
But
They
from
also
Lao
did
Ku's
not
words,
know how the nest
this
of
matter
myriad
was
demons
actually
was
handled
formed
by
Lai Kuang
but
alone.
since ancient times,
Lao Ku and
the
the
various
others immediately
continents in
showed
the
a
demon
touch of
territory were
embarrassment
like
on their
this,
faces,
and they were already
Carson
used
said.
to it.
My king,
Furthermore,
you may not know
it was
this,
normal for
but in
them
the
to
past,
be able to collect
this matter was
myriad
done
demon
by us
pills
high-ranked demon
in the
kings.
nest of myriad
But
demons.
ever since Lai Kuang
If they wanted
pledged
to find the
allegiance to
reason,
Master Yusang,
they would probably
we
have to
have
ask
been
the
excluded.
half-saint, or even the
It's
Saint
easier to
Venerables.
do things with someone
Seeing that
backing
they did
you.
not know,
Yang Kai
sneered,
did not bother
and was
to
about
make
to
things
ask them
difficult
why they
for
did
them.
not pledge
He
allegiance
asked a
to
few more
Yusang.
questions about
But
the
thinking
myriad
carefully,
demon pills.
it was not
And
that they
found
did
out
not
that
want
the
the frequency and
allegiance,
quantity of
but
these
that
things
Yusang
were
did not
collected
accept
was
them.
different in every continent. The Cloud Shadow continent basically only collected them once every 10 years or so. Each time, there would be dozens to hundreds of myriad demon pills. And the quantity was not constant, fluctuating. Chapter 3469. The matter of the myriad demon pill caused Yang Kai's heart to sink slightly. No wonder there were more demon kings in the demon territory than in the emperor realm in the star boundary. It turned out that such a thing existed. According to his previous estimates, a few dozen myriad demon pills were enough to promote a low-ranked demon king to mid-rank. In other words, in the Cloud Shadow mainland alone, a low-ranked demon king could be promoted every decade or so. and there would still be some left over. In the long run, how could the number of demon kings not increase? Of course, although this calculation method was too idealistic, with the myriad demon pill, the experts in the demon territory would have an easier time cultivating, and the time to grow would be shorter than in the star boundary. Why didn't the star boundary have such a good thing? Also, how did the nest of myriad demons appear? How could it give birth to something like the myriad demon pill? Perhaps Yu Meng would know the reason, but he couldn't ask her now. At this time, Yin smiled slightly and said, "Speaking of which, Your Majesty came just in time. This time, the myriad demon pill will be collected soon, within half a year. When the time comes, Your Majesty can go and see for yourself." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Since the nest of myriad demons is in Lai Kuang's territory, did he send people to guard it?" "Yes." Lao Ke nodded. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and said, "But as far as I know, Lai Kuang has brought all the demon kings under his command to the Cloud Shadow City. Who is guarding it now?" Lao Ke was startled when he heard this, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate will go to the nest of myriad demons to investigate." The nest of myriad demons was the most important place in every continent, and it absolutely could not be left unguarded. Since Lai Kuang had brought all the demon kings under his command, it was very likely that the nest of myriad demons was unguarded, or that there was someone else guarding it for Lai Kuang. Thinking of Lai Kuang's defection to Yu Sang, it was not difficult to imagine where the person guarding the nest of myriad demons came from. Now that the Cloud Shadow mainland was Yang Kai's territory, the myriad demon pills collected from the nest of 10,000 demons were naturally under Yang Kai's control. How could he tolerate others interfering? "Bring more people, Carson will accompany you." Yang Kai waved his hand. Carson replied, "Yes." The two of them didn't delay any longer, and for the sake of avoiding trouble, they immediately bid their farewells and left. He left behind a voice that was shrouded in black gas, and whose face could not be seen clearly. "If my king has no other orders, this subordinate will take his leave. Bring those 5 demon king to me." Yang Kai ordered, then closed his eyes. Ying glanced at him curiously. She didn't know why he wanted the 5 demon king, but she didn't ask. She accepted the order and left. After a short while, the 5 demon kings, whose cultivation had been sealed, were brought to a room. After a night of torture, the 5 demon kings were all in a sorry state. However, at this moment, all of them were glaring at Yang Kai. Some of the more hot-tempered ones were even cursing loudly, which was extremely unpleasant to hear. They also knew that they were doomed, but they couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so they just wanted to vent their anger. If they could provoke Yang Kai to kill them, that would be the best. Death would be the end of all troubles. It was better than being tortured again. Waving the soldiers to retreat, he closed the door and laid down a layer of barrier. Yang Kai looked at the 5 people coldly, then stretched out his hand and grabbed them. The next moment, the space principles fluctuated, and the 5 demon kings disappeared. Then, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the room. Inside the small sealed world, in an open space, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged. Even though it was sitting on the ground, its 10-meter-tall body was still towering like a small mountain. It was looking at the 5 demon kings that Yang Kai had brought in with great interest. Yang Kai appeared, and without any nonsense, he raised his hand and said, "Let's begin." The embodiment nodded and formed a seal with both hands, assuming a strange posture. In the next moment, an invisible force fluctuated and enveloped the 5 immobilized demon kings. The faces of the demon kings, who were at a loss because of the sudden change in environment, changed drastically. They felt the blood essence and even Yuan Qi divine senses in their bodies become restless, uncontrollably drifting out of their bodies. As Yang Kai looked over, he saw dark red qi gushing out of the 5 demon kings' bodies and converging towards the embodiment. The embodiment inhaled and exhaled, swallowing the dark red qi into its stomach. In just a few breaths, the dark red qi became incomparably thick, and the bodies of the 5 demon kings shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, their auras plummeting. This scene made Yang Kai shudder. He secretly thought that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was really overbearing and evil. No wonder the star boundary couldn't tolerate it. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose and wasn't afraid of the many drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, when he was in the star boundary, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid letting the embodiment use the secret art inherited from the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor when fighting with others, so as to prevent others from seeing any clues. In the past, the embodiment had also devoured the chi essences of some enemies, but it was just a taste and was rarely used. Now that he was in the demon territory, he naturally didn't have too many scruples. In the battle with Lai Kuang last night, the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to torment Lai Kuang. Moreover, according to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could be used to nurture battle. When devouring the chi essences of others, it could weaken the strength of others and strengthen itself. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it was almost invincible. In the past, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had single-handedly slaughtered many great emperors in the War of Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was undoubtedly the most important contribution. Yang Kai planned to let the embodiment properly cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique in the demon territory, so as to increase its strength as soon as possible. Although these 5 demon kings were only below average, their chi essences couldn't be wasted. They could be used to nourish the embodiment. As long as there was enough energy to devour, the embodiment could quickly become stronger. In the demon territory, Yang Kai only had the embodiment as a helper. Naturally, he wanted it to be as strong as possible. The 5 demon kings were no longer in the mood to curse and shout. They resisted with frightened expressions. However, with their cultivation sealed, how could they resist the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques? Devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. In just a few dozen breaths, the 5 demon kings stopped breathing and turned into dried corpses. The embodiment maintained its posture, but the chi on its body was surging and flames were rolling. Suddenly its body shook, and a dark aura escaped. It was the demonic chi that was purified after it digested the chi essences of the 5 demon kings. From this, it could be seen that the embodiment had a unique advantage in cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. The stone mongoose's body allowed it to purify all kinds of negative and unfavorable energy. If it was a flesh and blood body that cultivated the battle technique, even if it had the means to resolve it, it was bound to be affected to some extent. In the long run, its temperament would certainly be distorted. I've also asked about this. Yang Kai raised the 3 jade boxes in his hand and casually threw them over. With a thought, he transmitted the information he had learned to the embodiment. The embodiment caught the 3 jade boxes, raised his eyebrows and said, "Myriad demon pills? Good stuff." After saying that, he cast a spell to open the jade boxes and directly swallowed the 3 myriad demon pills together. He activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to refine them, making Yang Kai's eyelids twitch. The myriad demon pills were created by nature and contained an enormous amount of energy. Before the demon kings took them, they had to be fully prepared, and then spend a lot of time to refine them. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. However, The embodiment directly swallowed the 3 pills in one gulp, as if he was eating candy. If the other demon kings saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Even a high-grade demon king didn't have such boldness. The embodiment's chi-ji was surging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a continuous stream of dark aura escaped from his body. The scene of him devouring the chi-ji of the 5 demon kings was much better than before. After tossing and turning for an incense stick's worth of time, the embodiment slowly opened his eyes, and the flames in his eyes flickered. Yang Kai sensed it, and knew what it was thinking. He smacked his lips and said, 3,000 pills should be enough for you to reach a higher level. That's quite a lot. One had to know that the Cloud Shadow continent only collected a few hundred myriad demon pills every 10 years or so. 3,000 pills would take the entire Cloud Shadow continent hundreds or thousands of years to produce. However, if it could really make the embodiment's strength reach a higher level, it would be worth it. The embodiment now had the Holy Spirit Stone Fire origin and the Stone Mongoose's body as a foundation, so it had extraordinary strength. Its strength was stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, but slightly weaker than a half-saint. If it reached a higher level, it would be able to contend with a half-saint. Now he could only try to collect myriad demon pills. This thing could greatly shorten the growth time of the embodiment, so it was worth investing in. Yang Kai suddenly regretted being so generous last night. He didn't know if there were any myriad demon pills in the space rings of the demon kings. But seeing that Lai Kuang only had 3 pills left, the chances of the other demon kings were slim. Even if they had a chance to obtain myriad demon pills, they would have taken them immediately to strengthen themselves. In addition, Yang Kai could also capture more demon kings and throw them into the small sealed world bead for the embodiment to devour. Although the effect was not as good as taking myriad demon pills, it was still not bad. Leaving the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai waited quietly in his room for a while before Yin brought him a large amount of information about the world gate. Yang Kai spent an hour going through the information, pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the door. Master! Xiao Wu, who was guarding outside the door, hurriedly saluted, her eyes shining like stars. Yang Kai nodded gently, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look at the room beside him with a strange expression and asked, "How long have you been in there?" "What?" Xiao Wu did not understand. "Boya." Yang Kai glanced at her. Only then did Xiao Wu understand and said, "She has been here since last night." Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly walked to the door and pushed it open. This was Li Shiqing's room. In order to make it easier to take care of her, Yang Kai deliberately arranged for her to stay in the room next to his. These days, Li Shiqing had been well-behaved, perhaps because she was afraid of Yang Kai, so she had been staying in her room and not coming out. But even though she did not come out, someone went to look for her. At this moment, Boya was in her room, sitting next to Li Shiqing. Boya was holding her hand and talking about something, but no one knew what she was talking about. What made Yang Kai feel a chill run down his spine was that Boya, this slut, actually had a look of affection in her eyes. "She's hopeless." Hearing the movement, the 2 women in the room turned to look. Li Shiqing instinctively shuddered and hid behind Boya. She was really afraid of Yang Kai to the extreme. Boya, on the other hand, let out a dissatisfied grunt, as if she was angry that something good had been disturbed. Chapter 3470. After fiercely reprimanding Boya and forcing her to leave, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Shiqing. She was sitting at the innermost part of the bed, curled up and hugging her knees. Her face was drained of blood, and she looked extremely scared. Yang Kai looked helpless. He softened his expression a little and said, "Don't interact with that witch in the future. She's not a good person." Li Shiqing shrunk her body even more and nodded almost unnoticeably. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai knew that she didn't take his words to heart. He guessed that in her eyes, he was the worst villain in the world. He couldn't say anything bad about her behind her back, so he could only stop. After thinking for a while, he casually flicked out a space spirit bead and said, "If you encounter any danger, activate the restrictive spell in this bead. It will keep you safe." He couldn't take care of Li Shiqing all the time, especially when there were many things to deal with later. It wasn't easy to get her out of the blood-fighting arena, so he couldn't let anything happen to her. A space spirit bead was enough to keep her safe. As long as her reaction wasn't too slow, she could use this bead to teleport to Yang Kai's side when she encountered an irresistible danger. Of course, the premise was that she had to be on the same continent as Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai estimated that the chances of her using this bead weren't very high, now that he had the entire Cloud Shadow mainland under his control. Once he gave the order, the Demon King wouldn't dare to disobey. Perhaps no one here would dare to attack his people. After giving the order, he strode out without waiting for Li Shiqing's reaction. Behind him, Li Shiqing looked up at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated expression. After hesitating for a long time, she put away the bead. At this moment, Yang Kai and Sound had already driven the tiger-headed chariot in a certain direction of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Half a day later, in the wilderness, the tiger-headed chariot stopped at a high altitude. Yang Kai and Sound got off the chariot,
The signs
looked
before
around
it disappeared
and
were
said,
very
"Are you
similar
sure
to
it's
the
here?"
last realm
Sound
gate.
also turned
There
her
were some
head to
signs
take a
of
look,
instability,
and then looked
It could
around
have
for a
led to the
while,
Blood Flame
as
mainland.
if she was measuring
After
the
a
location.
pause, she asked,
After a short
"Your
while,
Majesty,
she
did you
came
find
to avoid
anything?"
and stood still,
Although she
saying,
knew that there was
"It's
little
right
hope
where I
after
am."
seeing Yang Kai's
Yang Kai
performance,
nodded lightly.
she still
The
couldn't
space
help but
principles
ask.
around him
But to her
fluctuating as he
disappointment,
closed his eyes.
Yang Kai shook his head
silently
and said,
sensing something.
"I didn't find
Sound
anything."
looked at him curiously.
"Let's go to the next
her
place."
eyes flashing with a
He
strange
raised his
light,
hand
and summoned
However,
the
she
tiger-headed
didn't dare
chariot.
to disturb him,
Sound naturally
and waited
had no
quietly.
objection. After a
She
full
got on the
hour,
chariot with
Yang
Yang
Kai
Kai
opened his
and led
eyes
the way.
and slowly shook
Half
his
a day
head.
later,
He looked
the
at
two
the
came
sound
to
and
sea
asked,
territory.
"When did this
Below
realm
them,
gate disappear?"
waves rose and
"Where
fell,
does it lead to?"
and the sea was boundless.
Previously,
Yang Kai,
he
as
had looked
before,
up the
closed his
information
eyes to
about the
sense,
realm gates of
while
the Cloud
Sound waited
Shadow
quietly
mainland
beside him,
and confirmed
After a
that what
while,
Baizhua
Yang
had
Kai
said
raised
before
his
was
eyebrows,
true.
showing
There were
a look of
originally
surprise.
5 realm gates
The fluctuation
in the
of the
Cloud
law
Shadow
of
mainland,
space around him
which were
became
connected
more and
to
more
5
violent.
different continents.
Sound,
However,
who had been
in
paying
the past
attention
1,000
to him,
years,
couldn't
four
help
of the
but
realm
be
gates
shocked
had
when she saw
disappeared
this.
one after another.
She realized that
leaving
Yang
only
Kai
the
should
last
have
realm
found
connected
something.
to the
The
Lanyuan
next
mainland.
moment,
She
which
saw Yang
almost
Kai
caused the
suddenly
Cloud
open his
Shadow
eyes
mainland
and
to
look
be
at the void in
completely
front of him
isolated.
with a solemn
If
face.
a worker wants to do
the
a
power
good
of
job,
space
he
around
must
him was
first sharpen
wandering,
his tools.
and he suddenly
If he wanted to
stretched out his
protect the
hands
last
to
realm
explore
gate,
the void in
he
front
must
of him.
first take a look
The
at the
speed
4
of the
disappeared
advancement of
realm
his
gates.
hands was very
At
slow.
the very least,
as if
he
there
must
was
have
great
some idea
resistance
of why
in the
they
void.
disappeared.
What
Even
surprised
if he
Sound
couldn't
even
figure
more
it
was
out,
that after
he must
advancing
at
about
least
half
find
a
some
foot,
clues.
Yang Kai's
However,
hands
although
suddenly
he had tried his
disappeared,
best,
as
he
if
still
they had
found
merged
nothing.
into the void.
There was nothing unusual
Sound couldn't
here.
help but be
If
stunned.
it wasn't for
The
Sound's
power of space
confirmation
was so mysterious,
and all the information
then
he
she
had
heard
looked
Yang
up
Kai
before
roar,
pointed to the
"Open!"
existence of a realm
With this
gate
roar,
here.
Yang Kai's
was
hands
afraid
jerked
that
to
he
the
might have
sides.
made a mistake.
The next moment,
Sound said,
the void
"The
seemed to
realm
be torn
gate here
apart,
was the first to
and a crack
disappear
appeared
about
in front of
1,000 years
Sound.
ago.
Inside the crack was chaos and nothingness. Not only did it swallow the line of sight, but even the divine thoughts that entered it disappeared immediately. Sound, however, was extremely excited and cried out, "Your Majesty!" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and exerted more strength in his hands. His clothes fluttered without wind, and the crack in front of him grew bigger and bigger. When it was big enough to accommodate the two of them, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Sound's arm, and rushed toward the crack with her. In a flash, the two of them disappeared. Sound felt that the world was spinning, and her vision was turned upside down. When she came back to her senses, she had already arrived at another world. She collected her thoughts and looked down in a daze. After seeing some familiar scenery, she exclaimed, "Thunder Sky Continent. The portal that had disappeared just now was originally connected to this Thunder Sky continent. Sound had lived in the Cloud Shadow mainland for thousands of years. In the early years, before those portals disappeared, she often came to the Thunder Sky continent to do business. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the scenery at the exit. However, since the portal there disappeared, she had never been here again. She did not expect that one day she would see the scenery here again. For a moment, she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. She felt that it was not unreasonable for the holy sage to send him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the portal. With such means, it meant that he could really open the portal that had disappeared again, so that the Cloud Shadow mainland would no longer be isolated. Don't be happy too early. Yang Kai looked indifferent, pouring cold water on Sound's excitement. Look behind you. Sound was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned her head to look behind her, only to see that the crack in the void that they had passed through was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would disappear in less than 10 breaths of time. Her excitement and expectation suddenly disappeared. She was stunned and absent-minded. How could this be? Yang Kai laughed and said, I just followed a trace of where the portal used to be, and forcibly broke through the void to come here. The two continents have their own laws of heaven and earth, so they will naturally repair the interference of external forces, and trace back to the source. Then the portal, Yang Kai said. It's too early to say this, but it's not hopeless. Since the traces of the connection between the two continents are still there, there is a way. Let's go back first. As he spoke, he turned around, and tore the almost healed crack again, and returned with Sound. After a while, the two returned to the Cloud Shadow. Looking at the rapidly healing crack, Sound sighed in her heart. However, after experiencing such a thing, she saw a little hope. After that, the two went all the way to the other two vanishing portals, carefully investigating. It took them 2 days to finish investigating the two places. The results made Sound feel better, because the two places were in the same situation as the portal to the Thunder Sky continent. There were still some traces left, enough for Yang Kai to tear through the void and go there directly. Only the first portal to the Blood Flame continent made Yang Kai somewhat helpless. In other words, among the 4 vanishing portals, there was hope for 3 of them to reappear, but there was no hope for the first portal at all. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the 4 vanishing portals were not much different, and should be in the same situation, but the place where they first investigated was somewhat different. Sound, think about it carefully. What's the difference between these 4 portals? Especially the portal to the Blood Flame continent, it's different from the other 3 portals. Yang Kai himself could not figure it out. After all, he had not been here for long, so he could only ask Sound. This was also the reason why he brought Sound out. Time. Sound pondered for a moment and proposed a possible guess. Could it be that the reason why the first portal disappeared for the longest time? It's only 1,000 years, but we can't rule out this possibility. What else? Yang Kai frowned. Sound continued to ponder. After a while, she looked up at Yang Kai and said, By the way, the Blood Flame continent has disappeared. The portal connected to the Cloud Shadow is the last portal it has. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? If he guessed correctly, this was the reason why the traces of the portal had completely disappeared. Even the blood flame continent had disappeared. So how could the traces of the portal remain? Sound was a little embarrassed. I forgot. Yang Kai shook his head speechlessly. But he did not mean to blame her. Since he had figured out the reason, the next thing would be easy. In order to protect the portal, Yang Kai had to at least figure out why the portal had always existed. Logically speaking, that kind of thing should have been smoothed out under the effect of the law of heaven and earth. But in fact, there were many continents in the Devil Territory. Every continent had at least 2 or 3 portals, and at most a dozen portals. It was extremely strange. So no matter what, he had to make a trip to the only surviving portal. On the one hand, he could check it out. On the other hand, he could use the unstable portal to comprehend the power of space. If he could make further progress in the law of space, that would be the best. Chapter 3471. Since he had made up his mind, Yang Kai did not delay, and immediately rushed towards the only realm gate within. When he first came to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he and Baizhua had passed through this realm gate. But at that time, they did not know that this was Lai Kuang's territory. This time, Lai Kuang was already dead, and the Demon King's subordinates of Lai Kuang had also been scattered, so this place had become ownerless. However, without Yang Kai's permission, Lao Ku and the other 2 high-ranked Demon King did not dare to occupy this place without permission and could only wait for his decision. Lao Ku and Carson were nearby. Previously,
Yang Kai said again,
Yang Kai
Lao
had
Ku,
asked them to
your
investigate the
subordinate
situation
is
of the nest of
Lao Ku
myriad
answered
devils
and stepped forward.
And now that a few
Go
days
back
have
to the
passed,
Cloud Shadow
they
City
should have
and
obtained
bring
some
Boya
results.
here.
Although
Halfway
he had
there,
warned Li
he
Shurqing
transmitted
to be
a
careful
message
of
to the
Boya,
two,
who
when
knew
Yang
if that
Kai
woman
arrived
Boya
near
would
the
still
realm
have
gate.
designs on
He
Li
saw Lao
Shurqing
Ku and
after he
Carson,
left, leading
it
a
was
group
better
of
to
Demon
bring her
King
here.
waiting respectfully.
Moreover,
Before
he had to
Yang Kai
comprehend
arrived,
the secret of the
they
realm
hurriedly
gate
greeted him
and would have no
bowed
time to be
respectfully.
distracted.
What's the
He
situation?
could not trust Lao Ku
Yang
and
Kai
the
looked
others
at Lao
too
Ku
much.
and asked.
Only Boya
Lao
could
Ku
take on the
his hands and responsibility
said,
of protecting
as your
him
Majesty expected,
when he was concentrating
Lai
on
Kuang
studying
is
the realm
colluding
with the Blue Origin
with the soul
continent.
puppet in hand.
When he went to
He
the
was not
Cloud
afraid
Shadow
that
City,
Boya would have
the
second
nest of
thoughts.
myriad devils
Lao
was
Ku
guarded by
accepted the
Tukuro.
order and left.
Seeing Yang Kai
Kai
pondered for a
look,
moment,
Een
and
explained
turned to
in a
look
low
at Carson
voice.
and Een.
Tukuro
He
is
said,
the demon king
I've always
of the
wanted
Blue
to
Origin
ask you,
continent.
can you buy the
He is
infinite
a subordinate
demon's
of
elixir?
Master Yusang.
The infinite
and
demon's
his strength
elixir
is
was
not
very
ordinary.
useful for Dharmachaos.
For Een to say
But
that
the
his
amount
strength is
needed
not
was
ordinary.
too much. He
If
should
it
be a
could be
high-ranked
bought,
demon king.
it would save a lot
Yang
of
Kai
trouble.
nodded and said,
Now that he was
then
in
where is
charge of the
Tukuro
Cloud
now?
Shadow mainland,
Lao Ku and Carson
it could be
couldn't
said
help
that
but
everything
reveal
here was
awkward
under his
expressions
control.
on their faces.
With the current
Seeing
situation
this,
of the Cloud
Yang
Shadow
Kai knew
mainland,
that they had escaped.
he still had the
However,
financial
this was human
resources
nature
to buy some
Although the
infinite
Blue
demon's
Origin
elixirs
continent had extended their
it's
hands
possible,
to the
but it's
Cloud
not
Shadow
easy to buy.
mainland,
Carson
to get their
frowned.
hands on the nest
Every
of
demon
myriad
king
devils,
needs it,
and the
once
myriad
they get
demon
their hands
pill,
on it,
they still
will
had a half
consume
saint
it
as their
and
backer.
refine it immediately.
Unlike Lao Ku
Een
and
also
the others,
said,
who were
in the
unloved
past
and
every
unloved,
time we collected
they were
the
in an
infinite
awkward
demon's
situation.
elixir.
Even
We
though
could get
Yang
one or
Kai's
two,
killing of Lai
but we
Kuang
never
gave them
saved
some
any and
confidence,
used them very quickly.
they didn't dare to really
After a
go
pause,
against
she
you
said,
sang.
Although
Your
it wouldn't
Majesty,
take them much
do you want
effort
to buy the
to kill
infinite
two
demon's
Qiao
elixir
Luo
with their current strength?
Yang Kai nodded.
They would definitely
I
get
do
into
have this
trouble
idea.
after killing him.
Een said,
If you sang
then
were
I
to
advise
pursue
your
the matter in the
Majesty not
future,
to buy it.
they would
It's
definitely die
ridiculously
without a
expensive.
burial place.
How expensive?
Therefore, they were
Yang
only
Kai looked at
following
her
Yang Kai's
dumbfoundedly.
orders to take
Een
back
replied,
the nest of myriad
50 to
devils
80 million
and let
top-grade magic
Tukuro's
crystals
mind his
for
own
one
business.
elixir.
And
At
there's
this
a price,
time,
but no
when
supply.
Yang Kai asked about it,
Yang Kai
they
could
were
not help
naturally
but grit his
embarrassed.
teeth.
He had
Fortunately,
thought that the 1
Yang
billion
Kai
magic
did not
crystals
intend
he
to
had
pursue
won
the
from
matter.
the blood-fighting
He
arena
just looked at them
was
deeply,
already quite
a
valuable.
sarcastic smile
But according
appearing
to
on
what
his
Een
face
said,
as he waved his
he
hand
could only
and
buy a
said,
dozen infinite
now that the
demon's
situation
elixirs,
in the Cloud
and he
Shadow
might not
mainland
even be
is
able to
settled,
buy it.
and the nest
And
of
if he threw
myriad
the 1
devils is in
billion
our
magic
hands,
crystals to
this king will
Dharmachaos
begin to
devour and
investigate this
refine.
realm gate.
The effect
and
might
find
not
a
be
way
much
to
worse
maintain
than
the
taking the
passage.
infinite demon's elixir.
You must cooperate
This
with
was
all
really
your
bad
heart.
news.
From
It
today
made Yang
onwards,
Kai suddenly
this
lose
realm gate
interest
will be
in buying the
temporarily
infinite
closed.
demon's elixir.
Without this king's
Even if
command,
he could mobilize
no
the
one is
resources
allowed to
of the
enter
entire
or
Cloud
exit.
Shadow mainland.
Since he wanted to
He was
study the
afraid
realm
that he
gate
would not be able
and
to
find
buy
out the
much.
principle
Yang
behind
Kai
its
waved his
continuous
hands to
existence.
dismiss the two.
He needed a
And then he
quiet
flew
and
toward the
undisturbed
portal,
environment.
standing in front
Naturally,
of it.
He
The
carefully
realm
looked
gate had
at
to
it,
be closed,
unable
and no
to
one
hide
was
the
allowed
shock
to
on his
enter or
face.
exit.
The portal could be
Fortunately,
said to be a
there
huge
were a lot
void
of people
corridor.
here.
Enough
The
to set
chaotic
up a
and
nothingness
defense.
aura inside
Yes,
was fluctuating,
Lao Ku and the
giving
others
people a
respectfully
very dangerous
responded.
feeling, thinking that their good days had come to an end. Yang Kai
The
knew
Cloud
that
Shadow
with his current
mainland had a
attainments
new
in
master,
space, and
it
they
was
would no
impossible
longer
for
be
him
free
to make such a
but
thing.
then again,
But if
if
Yang
Yang
Kai
Kai
could
could
really
stability,
stabilize this
there
realm
might
gate
be some ways,
and ensure that it
gently
would not
taking
disappear.
a breath, he
It would
closed
be of
his
great
eyes
benefit
and
to
used
them.
his divine
At the
thoughts
very
to
least,
investigate
they
the
would not have
situation
to
of the
consider a
portal.
way out in
Below,
the future.
Carson and Een began to disperse the demon race subordinates. With the portal as the center, they divided the troops within a radius of 30 miles and prohibited all irrelevant people from getting close to the portal, so as not to disturb Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai cracked the secret of the portal, the demon race of the Cloud Shadow mainland could not leave through the portal. Although this move would cause some demon race to complain, it concerned the future of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, so it was useless to complain. Above the void, Yang Kai's divine thoughts swept through the portal inch by inch, feeling the mysterious power of space contained in it. His face was thoughtful. As he had thought before, comprehending here was indeed helpful to his understanding of the law of space. After all, such a huge void corridor had never been seen in the star world, and the various wonders contained in it were also something he he had never experienced before. Just as he faintly felt that he had gained something, suddenly a fluctuation of the law of space came from the portal. This made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows. He thought it was the unstable fluctuation of the portal itself, but the next moment, a demon race suddenly appeared in front of him. The cultivation of the demon race was not too high, only in the realm of demon commander. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked to see Yang Kai face to face. He thought that someone was lying in ambush here to attack him, So he immediately rushed to the side with his demon chi. After standing firm, he saw Yang Kai looking at him coldly, and there seemed to be countless gazes fixed on him from all directions. The demon commander frowned, looked around, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Down below, there were as many as 10 demon kings eyeing him covetously, and there were many demon commanders and demon generals surrounding him within a radius of several dozen kilometers, making him feel like a sheep that had accidentally stumbled into a wolf's den. Frightened, he forced a smile to Yang Kai and asked bitterly, "Master, is there something you need?" Scram! Yang Kai waved at him in a bad mood. The demon commander felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream, quickly turning around and flying in a certain direction, only gasping for breath when he was far away. Yang Kai shouted down, "Carson!" Carson quickly flew up and cupped his fists. "Great King! Take people to the portal in the Blue Origin continent and block it. Don't let anyone pass through it." The demon commander just now should have come from the Blue Origin continent and happened to be near the portal here. Even if it wasn't near here, once someone passed through the portal, it was bound to cause some ripples, disturbing Yang Kai. How could he comprehend the secrets of the portal? Hearing this, Carson's expression froze. This isn't good, right? That's Master Yusang's territory. We have no right to interfere. What's more, they had just chased away Tukuro a few days ago. If they took people to block the portal now, how could the Blue Origin continent let it go when they found out? A single mistake could trigger a confrontation between the two continents. Yang Kai sneered. "What are you afraid of? Yusang has already been sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint." Carson said awkwardly. "Even if Master Yusang isn't here, there are still nearly 10 high-ranked demon kings in the Blue Origin continent. We are no match for them." The Blue Origin continent had Yusang's protection, so even if the demon race's army was transferred to the two-realm battlefield, there were still more demon kings than Cloud Shadow. If a fight really broke out, Cloud Shadow would definitely suffer a great loss. Yang Kai glanced at him. "If they have any objections, let them talk to me." Carson was helpless, knowing that Yang Kai was determined to block the portal on the other side. It was useless to say more, so he could only brace himself and follow the order. After he ordered some demon kings to follow him, and went through the portal to the Blue Origin continent, Yang Kai closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The next 2 days were peaceful. No one from Cloud Shadow dared to disturb them, and everyone who wanted to pass through the portal was stopped. It was the same for the Blue Origin continent. It seemed that Carson didn't act carelessly. Boya had already come over, glaring at Yang Kai fiercely from not far away, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her at all, or rather, he didn't notice her gaze at all. He was immersed in the portal. Naturally, he couldn't rely on Boya for his safety. Inside the sealed world bead, the embodiment had been monitoring the surrounding situation. If anyone had bad intentions, the embodiment would immediately rush out of the sealed world bead to protect himself. Chapter 3472. A few days passed and everything was calm. In front of the realm gate, Yang Kai closed his eyes and remained motionless. But the fluctuations of the space principles on his body were constantly visible, and even seemed to be resonating with the realm gate. This made Lao Ku and Yin, who had been watching below, very surprised. At the same time, they were secretly excited and looking forward to it. The current situation showed that Yang Kai was deeply studying the secrets of the realm gate. If there was a breakthrough, he might really be able to protect this realm gate. In fact, Yang Kai had indeed gained a lot these days. He felt that his attainments in the space principles had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially when the realm gate was unstable. He could even pry into some secrets that he couldn't normally pry into, and verify them with his own experience. Every time, he would gain something. This was indeed a good place to cultivate the space principles. If it were an intact realm gate, it would definitely not have such an effect. Only this kind of unstable realm gate could help him. He didn't even think about how to protect this realm gate. Instead, he was immersed in the joy of enlightenment, prying into the mysteries of the void, and absorbing the nutrients to make himself stronger. Although the demon territory and the star boundary were two large worlds, and the heaven and earth principles were slightly different, when it came to specific principles, they were all the same. The space principles were like this. A few days later, even though Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about protecting the realm gate, he had some vague ideas about how to do so. Of course, it was still too early to say if he wanted to put these ideas into practice. He needed to carefully pry into the secrets of this realm gate to have some confidence. At a certain moment, a trace of abnormal fluctuation came from the realm gate in front of him again, interrupting the state he had maintained for many days, causing him to wake up from the meditative state. He shouted with a gloomy face, "Bastard!" Lao Ku and Yin's expressions changed slightly, and they flew up together. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the two of them, his eyes gloomy. Go and ask Kusun what he's doing. If he can't even handle such a small matter, what use does this king have for him? The situation just now was obviously caused by someone passing through the realm gate on the Blue Origin continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the realm gate to have ripples out of thin air. Lao Ku and Yin accepted the order and hurriedly flew down. They gathered some people and prepared to go through the realm gate to the Blue Origin continent to investigate. Boya, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai with a gloating expression. Yang Kai sent her here, making her angry. Demon King! Demon King! Master! Yang Kai looked over, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that this mid-ranked Demon King was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on his body that reached to the bone. He had obviously experienced a fierce battle. This Demon King was one of Master Kursan's subordinates. He had been brought to the Blue Origin continent by Kursan. The disturbance in the realm gate just now should have been caused by this person passing through the realm gate. Lao Ku Yin and the others also looked over when they heard this. The former anxiously asked, "What happened?" The mid-ranked Demon King took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "We were ordered by the king to go to the Blue Origin continent to seal the realm gate. The past few days were peaceful, but we didn't expect that the Blue Origin continent would suddenly send out 6 high-ranked demon kings with thousands of subordinates to besiege us. Under the cover of Master Kursan, this subordinate passed through the realm gate and came back to report. I hope the king and the other masters can lend a hand and save Master Kursan." Before this subordinate returned, Master Kursan was already seriously injured. "I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer." "How dare you?" Lao Ku was furious. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai, his face filled with righteous indignation. Although he was old and didn't have the fighting spirit of his youth, it didn't mean that he wouldn't retaliate when he was bullied. Kursan was Cloud Shadow's Demon King, and could be considered his colleague. They had been together for so many years, so they had some friendship. Now that he was seriously injured, he naturally felt the cold. In addition, for so many years, the Blue Origin continent had interfered with Cloud Shadow's nest of 10,000 demons, so they no longer had an income of myriad demon pills. This made Lao Ku feel resentful. Now that Yu Sang had been sent to the two-realm battlefield, Cloud Shadow had Yang Kai, the Lord King, to take care of the situation. If they were still bullied like this, it wouldn't be a demon race. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "My king, nothing can happen to Curson. My Cloud Shadow doesn't have many high-ranked demon kings now." Originally, there were only 4 high-ranked demon kings left. A few days ago, Lai Kuang was killed, so there were only 3 of them left. If something happened to Curson, who else in Cloud Shadow could take on the responsibility? When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already sneered, "Gather your troops and come back later. This king and Boya will go first." One of the more troublesome things about going through the Realm Gate was that after going through the Realm Gate, they would be randomly teleported. Unless they used some method to wrap everyone together, they would appear in the same place after going through the Realm Gate. However, they couldn't be accurately teleported to a specific location, so Yang Kai didn't plan to wait for Lao Ku and the others. It would take some time for them to gather the people scattered here. Curson's situation was unclear, so he naturally had to go and take a look first. Yes, Lao Ku and Yin responded in unison, thinking that their king was indeed a lord who wasn't afraid of trouble. Originally, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would be afraid when he heard that there were 6 high-ranked demon kings causing trouble, but they didn't expect him to be so decisive. Thinking about it, this person had killed Lai Kuang in just a few days after coming to Cloud Shadow. If he was really a person who was afraid of trouble, why would he do such a thing? They didn't ask for anything else, only that they could save Curson and protect most of Curson's subordinates. This way, even if Yuan Qi and Cloud Shadow suffered losses, it wouldn't be too serious. Boya obviously also realized the seriousness of the situation and didn't have the mood to argue with Yang Kai at this moment. She quickly flew up after hearing his words. Yang Kai activated his Emperor's Qi and wrapped her up, then plunged into the Realm Gate. He couldn't control where the Realm Gate would teleport him, but he could ensure that he and Boya wouldn't be separated. His vision blurred, and he had already entered another continent, the Blue Plains continent that was connected to Cloud Shadow. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot, then got on with Boya and drove the war chariot forward. The place where Curson and the others were besieged should be where the Realm Gate between Cloud Shadow and the Blue Plains continent was located. Although he didn't know the route, the war chariot had already set the route before coming here, so this time he just had to follow the map. Presumably, this place wasn't too far away from the Realm Gate. After passing through the Realm Gate, although one would be randomly teleported to a location, generally speaking, one would be within 1,000 kilometers of the other end of the Realm Gate. It was very rare for one to be teleported to a place more than 1,000 kilometers away. No one knew why this was, but at this time, it was convenient for Yang Kai to rescue Curson. After all, if they were too far away from the Realm Gate, by the time he arrived, Curson's corpse would probably be cold. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, Boya couldn't help but shiver. She turned to look at him, only to find that Yang Kai had a faint smile on his face. She asked, "Master, what are you smiling about? What was so funny about today's matter?" The situation on Curson's side was definitely worrying. If Curson died, then Cloud Shadow would only have 2 high-ranked demon kings left. Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm laughing because Blue Plains has finally made a move." Boya was startled. "You expected this?" Yang Kai glanced at her leisurely. "Yu Sang and I have a grudge. Although he was sent to the two-realm battlefield by the Lord, he still tried everything to take my life. In the past, Lai Kuang was ordered by him. Even Lai Kuang was like this, so why would he care about the Blue Plains continent? I'm sure the demon kings on the Blue Plains continent have also received Yu Sang's orders. This time, I've placed an opportunity in front of them. If they don't cherish it, then they are pigs." The meaning of these words was clear, but Boya was confused. After thinking carefully for a while, she said thoughtfully, "You asked Curson to block the Realm Gate on the Blue Plains continent just to provoke them?" Curson was the demon king of Cloud Shadow, but he interfered in the Blue Plains continent's matters. If she was the demon king on the Blue Plains continent, she would not have just sat by and watched. Who could tolerate this? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I didn't purposely provoke them. This king does need to block the realm gate to maintain peace. I just predicted that they would not cooperate. Once they make a move, this king will have an excuse to make a move on them. I will use this opportunity to completely resolve the Blue Plains continent's matters. Otherwise, this king will not be able to protect the realm gate with peace of mind in the future. Boya had a strange expression on her face. Didn't you hear the Demon King's report just now? 6 high-ranked Demon Kings and 1,000 subordinates have been dispatched from the Blue Plains continent? Where did you get the confidence to provoke them? Cloud Shadow's high-end combat strength was far inferior to theirs. However, when she thought of Lai Kuang's death that night, she secretly wondered if Yang Kai's trump card was the large bell. Even now, Boya still didn't know how Yang Kai managed to kill Lai Kuang. The only suspicious thing at that time was the giant bell. After being enveloped by the bell, Lai Kuang, a peak high-ranked demon king, died in just a few moments. Many people guessed that the reason why Lai Kuang died so quickly was due to the might of the bell. In the past few days, when she was harassing Li Shiqing, she had also intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Yang Kai. She learned that he was an influential figure in the astral boundary. It was common for the weak to win against the strong. However, Li Shiqing did not know much about Yang Kai. Most of what she knew was only hearsay. Thus, she did not know how Yang Kai had killed Lai Kuang that day. Looking up, Yang Kai was no longer in the mood to talk. However, the smile on his face became even more unfathomable. This made Boya feel very disgusted. She felt that humans were just as the rumors said, treacherous and sinister. They were a race that should have gone extinct long ago. And then, Yang Kai's behavior became even more strange. The realm gate was clearly in their field of vision. It was just a few dozen li away, and they could faintly see many figures fighting there. It should be Kurson and his subordinates resisting with all their might. However, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of helping them. Instead, he flew in a large circle around the realm gate. Chapter 3473. At first, Boya didn't know Yang Kai's intentions, but she quickly saw through some clues. Within 100 li, there were 3 ambushes, and each of them had a high-ranked demon king overseeing them. Although she was only a mid-ranked demon king, and her divine sense was not as strong as Yang Kai's, as a winged demon, she had a special eye technique that allowed her to see things that others couldn't. It was because of this eye technique that she was able to discover them. This was clearly the handiwork of the Blue Plains continent. Boya's expression was grave as she pondered. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something. She turned her head and looked towards the realm gate. She saw that Kurson was leading a group of subordinates in a fierce battle with the demons of the Blue Plains continent. However, even though Kurson was strong, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were 6 high-grade devil kings on the other side, and there were plenty of mid-grade and low-grade devil kings as well. They were completely surrounded, and from time to time, someone would die on the spot. Logically speaking, Kurson shouldn't have been able to last until now. However, under Boya's divine sense, she found that the Blue Plains continent didn't kill Kurson. Instead, they seemed to be toying with him, only surrounding him, but not killing him. Kurson was constantly on the line between life and death. Besieging to attack reinforcements, Boya suddenly understood. From the looks of it, the Blue Plains continent really did have plans for Yang Kai. First, they used strength that far surpassed Kurson's to trap him here, and then took the opportunity to cut off the reinforcements from Cloud Shadow. It could be said that if Yang Kai, Lao Ku, and the others stepped into this encirclement without knowing what was going on, they would most likely die today. After understanding this, Boya couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. For a moment, she admired Yang Kai even more. She didn't know how Yang Kai had discovered the 3 well-hidden ambushes, but from the looks of it, he seemed to have expected it. However, even so, the situation was still extremely unfavorable for Cloud Shadow. The difference in manpower was too great. Whether it was upper, middle, or lower Demon King, the number of Demon Kings on both continents could not be compared. Even if Lao Ku and Ying came to help, they would not be of much help to the current situation. If they wanted to break out of this situation, they would have to depend on Yang Kai's methods. Boya didn't have high hopes for him, but now that things had come to this, she couldn't persuade him. She could only play it by ear. While flying, Boya suddenly noticed that Yang Kai had casually flicked his hand and seemed to have flicked something out. Before she could take a closer look, the tiger-headed war chariot had already swept past and was heading straight in a certain direction. In that direction, a group of demon race from the Lanyuan continent was lying in ambush. Streams of light flashed, and in just a few breaths, the tiger-headed chariot had already crossed several dozen kilometers. Yang Kai suddenly grinned at Boya, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and said, "Don't let this king down." As soon as the last word was spoken, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the chariot, only reappearing a few kilometers away after a breath of time. His emperor chi surged wildly as his body glowed brilliantly like a miniature sun, illuminating his surroundings as he rushed straight towards the ambush. Boya's mouth couldn't help but twitch when she saw this. She had thought that Yang Kai had some kind of elaborate plan, but who would have thought that this guy would rush in so boldly and create such a huge commotion? Was he afraid that the enemy wouldn't notice him or something? How could there be such a stupid person in this world? Since the other side planned to surround the ambush and attack the reinforcements, the two of them could also take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the ambush. With her archery skills and Yang Kai's ability, as long as they were careful, it was not impossible. But now their tracks had been exposed, so there was no opportunity to speak of. But soon, Boya furrowed her brow again. She faintly felt that this was Yang Kai's goal. She immediately focused her mind, and a faint blue light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Using her eye technique, she was able to see everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Who is that? At the same time, several dozen kilometers away, a high-ranked demon king looked at the small sun rushing over and asked. Another demon king beside him glanced over and said, "It must be that human." The aura rushing over was very unfamiliar, and the energy fluctuations were only at the level of a mid-ranked demon king. Coupled with the aura, that was different from the demon race, this demon king immediately recognized Yang Kai's identity. "Is that the so-called Grand Prince?" The high-ranked demon king raised an eyebrow and laughed with his hands on his waist. "Everyone says that humans are cunning and sinister, but it seems that this is all there is to it. Today's great merit, this king will gladly accept it. Who will go and capture that human for me?" Their main goal in besieging Kusun this time was to lure Yang Kai to come to their aid, but they weren't sure whether Yang Kai would come or not. If he didn't come, Kusun would undoubtedly die, which would be a huge blow to Cloud Shadow, enough to shake Yang Kai's rule over Cloud Shadow. If he came, it would naturally be for the best, as the strength of the people here was enough to ensure that he would not be able to return. Before this, they had estimated that the chances of Yang Kai coming were no more than 30%. But in reality, this was not the case. Not long after the news of Kusun being besieged was sent back, this human actually appeared and directly rushed towards them. The high-ranked demon king was naturally overjoyed, feeling that a delicious cake had fallen from the sky. Such a good thing had actually happened to him. The opportunity was right in front of him, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. As long as he could capture this human this time, Master Yu Sang would definitely reward him handsomely. The other party was only a mid-ranked demon king. Although his momentum was impressive, his cultivation was still there, so how strong could he be? It was to the point that he didn't even have the desire to personally take action. This subordinate is willing. Immediately, 4 or 5 mid-ranked demon kings jumped out. This kind of opportunity to perform a meritorious service was right in front of them, so they naturally wouldn't easily miss it. The high-ranked demon king casually picked 3 mid-ranked demon kings and ordered them to meet the enemy head-on, regardless of life or death, as long as they brought Yang Kai back. The 3 mid-ranked demon kings gladly accepted the order, but those who weren't picked were sullen, looking at the backs of the 3 departing figures with jealous eyes. As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai and the 3 mid-ranked demon kings were rapidly approaching each other, and in just 3 breaths of time, they had already violently clashed. when a loud rumbling sound rang out. The energy in the air shook violently, and dazzling rays of light rushed out from the center of the chaos, not losing any of its momentum as it rushed in this direction. Within the light, Yang Kai was completely unscathed. His expression was calm, and there wasn't even the slightest wrinkle on his clothes. Behind him, a rain of blood was dripping down. The high-ranked Demon King's smile instantly froze on his face, and he absent-mindedly looked forward. The demon race around him let out cries of alarm, and they all revealed looks of disbelief. In just a single exchange, 3 mid-ranked Demon Kings had died without a complete corpse, and that human was completely unscathed? Those members of the demon race who were previously jealous and envious were now rejoicing in their hearts, thinking that it was fortunate that they hadn't been picked, or else their fates wouldn't have been good. In just a short moment of shock, Yang Kai had already charged into the demon race with an unstoppable momentum, and his magnificent might caused all the demon race members to turn pale, and their hearts to tremble in fear. "You're courting death." The high-ranked Demon King overseeing this place finally reacted, and in a rage, he reached out his hand and grabbed at the air, and a copper staff as thick as a child's arm appeared in his hand. Activating his technique, the demon chi on his body immediately rolled, and he swung the copper staff, creating a fierce wind, and smashed it down towards Yang Kai. There was nothing fancy about this attack. It was simple to the extreme. However, the power of this staff caused Yang Kai's expression to change slightly, and he didn't dare face it head-on. He hadn't been able to tell what race this high-ranked Demon King belonged to before, but this staff strike was enough to confirm his origin. This was a power demon, and he was born with boundless strength. A high-ranked Demon King's strength was comparable to that of the dragon race, and this was especially true for this angry attack. If Yang Kai really took it, even with his half-dragon body, he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. This staff strike seemed simple, but it had sealed off the surrounding space, leaving him no room to dodge. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only urge his space principles and use his nihility secret technique. His figure flickered for a moment before he exiled himself into the void. The staff smashed through his body, and a berserk power erupted, shattering the void, causing Yang Kai's figure to reappear, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Although he had used a self-created secret technique to avoid most of this attack's power, the remaining power still passed through the void, causing his blood and chi to roil, and his breathing to become sluggish. Yang Kai wasn't having a good time, but the power demon seemed to be having an even worse time. This heavy attack, which was supposed to be a sure-kill blow, had unexpectedly landed on cotton, causing his body to sway and lose his footing. Just as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if he couldn't understand how Yang Kai could survive his attack, Yang Kai opened his hand, causing his space principles to fluctuate as he shouted, "Bind!" The surrounding space instantly turned into a formless swamp, binding the power demon's figure in place, making it impossible for him to move. The power demon's eyes widened, and a tremendous force erupted from his body, causing the void to emit cracking sounds, as if it couldn't bear the pressure, and small cracks appeared all around. From the looks of it, the power demon would be able to break free in less than 3 breaths' time. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the power demon, like he was looking at a dead man. The power demon faintly had a bad feeling, and a chill ran down his spine as he sensed an unprecedented aura of death rushing towards him. Looking up, the power demon saw a stream of light shooting towards him from several dozen kilometers away. Inside this stream of light was a several-meter-long giant arrow, its sharp aura piercing through the power demon's skin. With a thud, the stream of light pierced through the power demon's body and accurately pierced his demon heart, causing it to swell violently. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk after the first arrow, 8 more thuds rang out as another 8 arrows pierced through the power demon's body, turning him into a hedgehog. Each arrow struck a vital point, destroying the demon hearts in his body. The power demon's body stiffened in place as he looked up several dozen kilometers away, only to see a pretty figure floating in the void. The corners of the power demon's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't. The copper staff-like demon artifact in his hand slipped out, and his vitality quickly faded. Chapter 3474. A few dozen kilometers away, Boya's breathing was ragged. Her face was pale, and her chest was heaving up and down rapidly. Her hand that was holding the bow was trembling slightly. She had used her clan's secret technique to shoot that round of arrows. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect. The price she had to pay was that 30% of her demonic chi was gone. In other words, even if she was at her peak, she could only use that kind of archery 3 times before exhausting all her strength. The price wasn't small, but the result was quite satisfactory. The high-ranked demon king guarding the other side was already dead. Although there were quite a few people left, it would be difficult for them to make any waves in front of Yang Kai. A gap had been opened in the encirclement, and whether they fought or fled, Cloud Ying's side would have room to choose. She suddenly realized that joining Yang Kai's side wasn't a bad choice. With this guy's spatial divine technique and her exquisite archery skills, they could kill any high-ranked demon king that wasn't on guard. It was like this in the blood arena before. And after today's battle, the two of them were even more skilled. Taking a deep breath, Boya put away her bow and held a high-ranked demonic crystal in each hand, trying to recover as much of her strength as possible. Although they had unexpectedly destroyed one of the ambush points on the Blue Plains side, there were still 2 more. Moreover, there were still 6 high-ranked demon kings guarding the realm gate. Today was bound to be a fierce battle. At this time, she didn't want to miss any chance to recover. But at this time, she suddenly heard a violent noise from the other side, making her look in that direction suspiciously. She saw that a shocking battle seemed to have broken out 100 kilometers away. Light flickered and shadows flew. That was the location of the other ambush point on the Blue Plains continent. Was it Lao Kuanin? Their speed was quite fast. With the two of them working together, and with Cloud Ying's current strength, they should be able to solve the problem on that side. She subconsciously used her eye technique to look in that direction, and what she saw stunned her. This was because the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Lao Kuanin and even Cloud Shadow's demon race were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a stone giant that was more than 100 feet tall. This stone giant's entire body was burning with flames and covered with sharp barbs. It was unknown what divine technique it was using, but under the observation of Boa's pupil technique, an invisible layer of territory enveloped the area within a 10-mile radius. The demon race within this territory was unable to control their own blood essence. Dark red aura constantly flew out from their pores and converged towards the stone giant. This strange territory actually had the ability to devour all living things. Without a doubt, the stone giant was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Boya had seen with her own eyes how it could turn a mid-grade devil king into dust with a single slap. All of the blood essence and energy had been devoured by the stone giant, leaving behind only some residue. There was also a high-tier demon king overseeing the battle, but it was clearly not the stone giant's match. After a few breaths of time, it was completely at a disadvantage. Fortunately, its subordinates were there to protect it. Where did this guy come from? How could it be so coincidental that the demon race in the Blue Plains continent would make things difficult for it at this time? Boa had a faint feeling that this stone giant was Yonkai's handiwork, but she still couldn't figure out how it appeared and how it silently approached the Blue Plains continent. It actually launched an attack at the same time as Yongkai, causing the two ambush points in the Blue Plains continent to be nearly paralyzed. What she saw next made her even more certain that this stone giant was Yonkai's doing. This was because the demon race's existences below the demon king's level were rapidly drying up. First, it was the demon general. Under the devouring of the invisible territory, their bodies quickly dried up. Then, it was the demon marshal. This made Boa think of Lai Kuang's corpse that was hung high up in the mansion. It was very similar to what she was seeing now. So that's how it was. That night, the reason why Lai Kuang was killed by Yongkai in such a short period of time was because of this stone giant. It was because it had devoured all of Lai Kuang's blood essence, turning him into a dried corpse. He died with his eyes wide open. Boa's eyes lit up. With this kind of help, no one below the half-saint level could defeat him. No wonder Yongkai was so fearless. Just as Boa was paying attention to the battle situation of the Avatar, Yongkai was also massacring the demon race. The power demon guarding this place was already dead. The remaining mid- and low-tier demon king and demon general couldn't stop him from killing. In just a few breaths of time, over 1,000 demon race members were utterly defeated. More than half of the demon king level existences were dead, and the demon marshal and demon general were also dead. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the remaining demon race members didn't dare to stay any longer. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Yongkai casually killed a few of the fleeing demon race members and didn't pursue them. He collected the corpses of the demon race members and prepared them for the Avatar to devour. At the same time, he turned his head and looked 100 miles away. The Avatar had also made his move. It was a one-sided battle. If 4 or 5 high-tier demon kings joined forces, they might be able to somewhat restrain the Avatar. However, there was only one high-tier demon king on the other side. It was impossible for them to interfere with the Avatar. The Avatar was released when he got out of the tiger-headed war chariot. Otherwise, with Boa's ability, there was no way she wouldn't have sensed it. Moreover, the Avatar was born in the stone mongoose race and was naturally proficient in earth escape technique. He approached the ambush point from underground without leaving a trace. Such a surprise attack was indeed successful. Yongkai lightly sneered and glanced at the realm gate. Sure enough, he saw that the demon race members were in chaos. There was no way they wouldn't have noticed the commotion on the two battlefields. It was obvious that they had seen something. He wasn't too concerned about Kursan's death. To him, the more casualties there were in the demon race, the better. Of course, Kursan was now his subordinate. It would be best if he didn't die. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all that the demon race would kill Kursan to vent their anger. With a thought, Yongkai activated the law of space and disappeared from where he was. In a few flashes, he appeared beside Boa. When their eyes met, Yongkai noticed that Boa's gaze was different from before. It wasn't as casual as before. Instead, it was more serious. He immediately knew that she must have noticed the Avatar's movements. After muttering to herself for a while, Boa said, "What do we do now? Do we attack the root of the problem directly, or eliminate the last ambush point?" If they attacked the root of the problem directly, they would have to go to the realm gate and have a decisive battle with the demon race. However, there were only 2 of them now. Lao Ku and Een hadn't arrived yet, so their chances weren't too high. Boa was more inclined towards the latter. However, now that they had caused such a huge commotion, it wasn't too likely that they would be able to catch the demon race off guard. The upper-tier demon king, at the last ambush point, would definitely be extremely careful. Yang Kai smiled slightly. They have already made the choice for us. Boa was slightly startled. She looked over and saw that a team had suddenly split off from the realm gate. Under the lead of 3 upper-tier demon king, they were flying over. The demon race at the last ambush point was also rushing over. Both sides quickly gathered in one place, looking aggressive. Boa's expression changed slightly. She turned to look at Yang Kai and said, I think we should avoid them for now and wait for Lao Ku and Een to arrive before making a decision. 4 upper-tier demon kings were working together, and there were dozens of mid-tier and low-tier demon kings under them. Even if Yang Kai's previous performance wasn't bad, he definitely wouldn't be a match for these guys. If they continued to stay here, they would only be unlucky. The only thing they could do now was to meet up with Lao Ku and Een. Only then would they have a chance of winning. Wait, Yang Kai said indifferently. Wait for what? Boa was puzzled. She watched as the demon race army in front of her got closer and closer. Her heart couldn't help but jump to her throat. Even though they were almost 100 kilometers apart, she could still feel the towering rage of the demon race army in front of her. When she thought about it, it wasn't strange. Originally, Lao Ku and his side had the absolute advantage. They had the intention of dealing with Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. However, just as they were about to clash, one of the ambush points had already been cleared out. More than 10 demon kings had died, and 1 upper-tier power demon had also died. The other ambush point also seemed to be in a stalemate, unable to provide any support. If she were the demon king of Lao Ku and Lao Ku, she would also lose face. She would definitely do whatever it took to get back at them. 100 kilometers seemed quite far, but to the demon kings, it was just a short distance. They would arrive in less than 10 breaths. Seeing that the enemy was getting closer and closer to her, Boa's mouth twitched. What exactly do you want? Can you tell me? I don't want to die here. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words. He just stared ahead quietly. 70 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 15 kilometers. When the group of guys was only 20 kilometers away, Boa could clearly see their angry faces, even without using her ocular ability. Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. He shouted, "Don't resist." Boa was stunned. She unwillingly gave up all resistance. The main reason was that the soul puppet was in this guy's hands. Even if she resisted, it would be useless. In the next instant, Boa felt herself being enveloped by spatial energy. The world spun around her. By the time she came back to her senses, she was no longer in her original spot. Instead, she appeared in another place. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Only a bead at her feet was emitting residual energy waves. This bead looked a bit familiar and Boya quickly recognized it. Li Shiqing also had one of these beads. Apparently, Yang Kai had given it to her a few days ago, saying that if she encountered any danger, she could activate the forbidden technique in this bead, and she would be safe. Did her appearance here have anything to do with this bead? She suddenly recalled that when she was passing by this place, Yang Kai seemed to have ejected something from the tiger-headed war chariot. She didn't see it clearly at that time, but now that she thought about it, it should be this bead. Boa looked up thoughtfully. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Dozens of kilometers away, a group of 4 high-ranked demon kings, led by a demon race team, was ferociously pouncing forward like a tiger let out of its cage. Most importantly, these guys had their backs to her. Boa couldn't help but want to laugh. They actually dared to show their backs in front of a feather demon, who was proficient in archery? They were simply seeking their own deaths. She instantly understood Yang Kai's plan, and his intention of telling her to wait. It turned out that he had been waiting for this moment. At the same time, she was terrified. That guy actually schemed to such an extent. This time, the people of the Basket Plains were in for a bad time. Chapter 3475. The demon kings on the Basket Plains side naturally saw Boya's sudden disappearance. Although they felt that something was off, they didn't have the energy to investigate further. This was because at the same time that Boya disappeared, Yongkai had already leapt forward to meet them. The myriad sword in his hand soared into the heavens as he raised it up high and slashed down. The massive sword aura seemed to split the heavens and earth in two, shattering the void as it slashed toward the basket plane's side. Feeling the might of that sword, the expressions of all the demon race turned grave. They all simultaneously moved to the left and right to avoid the sword aura. With a loud boom, the earth cracked, and a fissure more than 3,000 meters long appeared on the ground. Some of the demon race that couldn't dodge in time were ravaged by the sword aura and turned to dust. When the demon kings saw this, their expressions became gloomy. Fortunately, although the power of this attack was extraordinary, only a few demon commanders and demon general were killed. The demon kings all managed to avoid it without any injuries. However, in the next moment, several streaks of light shot over from several dozen kilometers away, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart. Since Yongkai had already made his move, how could Boya remain idle? It was rare for her to encounter a group of idiots who would expose their backs to her. Boya simply couldn't resist the urge to kill them. These arrows weren't as powerful as the 9 arrows that had killed the high-ranked demon king. It was clear that Boya hadn't used that secret technique that consumed a lot of energy, but they still couldn't be underestimated. Whether it was their speed or killing power, they were both frightening. Along the way, the arrows shot through a dozen or so demon general and headed straight for a burly high-ranked demon king with a pitch-black complexion. The dark-faced demon king didn't expect an attack from behind at all. He was completely focused on Yongkai's movements, and only noticed the arrow when it was about 300 meters away. His expression immediately changed, and he let out a wild roar. The demonic essence in his body churned, and he raised a pair of demonic maces in his hands. He turned around and swung them away. Ding ding dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere as he accurately blocked the arrow. However, he himself was pushed back several dozen meters by the recoil. Looking up, he saw Boya several dozen kilometers away with a cold smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture around her neck. When the black-faced devil king saw this, his face darkened even more. However, there was no time for him to think about it, because there was a fierce aura coming from behind him. This attack came at the perfect time. His blood and chi were tumbling, and his devil yuan was unstable, so he couldn't block it with all his strength. In this life or death crisis, the black-faced devil king's body shook violently as his violent demonic chi erupted, turning into a visible shockwave that swept out in all directions in an attempt to repel the enemy. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a flash of cold light. His vision turned upside down, and he saw a headless corpse standing in the void not far away. It was holding a pair of swords. Blood spurted out from its neck. Then a rain of swords fell like a waterfall and turned the headless corpse into dust. His huge head fell to the ground, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. On the other side, after Yongkai took advantage of the opportunity Boya had created to strike, he didn't even look. He slashed his sword and attacked the other high-ranked demon king. This demon king should have sensed the danger his dark-faced colleague was in and wanted to rescue him, but he was a step too late. He could only watch as Yongkai tore his head to pieces. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he also felt his blood run cold. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated this human. Although the feathered demon in the distance was troublesome, this human whose cultivation was only comparable to a mid-ranked demon king was the one he needed to be most wary of. The dark-faced demon king's example made him more cautious. Facing Yongkai's sword, he didn't plan to meet it head-on. He slipped and retreated, but in the next moment, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Yongkai's sword had no power at all. It was just a feint. At the same time, Yongkai's other hand grasped a blue gourd. He didn't know what kind of artifact this gourd was, but as soon as it appeared, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Yongkai aimed the gourd's mouth at the densest part of the crowd and poured his emperor chi into it. Wind blades visible to the naked eye emerged from the gourd's mouth and instantly covered a large area. In just an instant, More than half of the thousands of demon race soldiers were killed or injured. Not only were the demon commanders and demon general unable to resist the power of this gourd, but even some of the low-ranked demon kings were killed. There were even 3 mid-ranked demon kings who died as a result. The demon race soldiers who were still alive were all horrified, as they stared at the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand with great dread. On the other hand, Yang Kai grinned, extremely satisfied with the power of this artifact. The wind gourd was something he had obtained from the depths of Orthodoxy Temple's Forbidden Zone, before coming to demon territory. The astral wind of Orthodoxy Temple was produced by this wind gourd. In the early years, the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple used the astral wind to temper their bodies in the canyon, but no one had ever been able to reach its depths. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had intended to use this battle to test the power of the wind gourd. Now it seemed that it was quite good. Even if this artifact was not as good as the mountains and rivers bell, it was not far behind. The only drawback was that it consumed too much Emperor Qi to activate, but its effects were also quite remarkable. It was especially suitable for large-scale attacks, something the mountains and rivers bell could not compare to. Just as the demon race soldiers were shocked by the power of the wind gourd, the 9 arrows in quick succession appeared in the distance again. Although Boya's character was not very good, she had an extremely keen intuition when it came to grasping opportunities. At this moment, the wind gourd had attracted everyone's attention, so the 9 arrows in quick succession locked onto the high-ranked demon king that Yang Kai had just forced back with a single sword strike. The 9 arrows turned into a single line, chasing after the moon and stars, instantly arriving in front of the demon king. The high-ranked demon king finally reacted, roaring in fear as he tried to cast a technique to evade. However, how could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? The moment Boya fired the arrows, he had already made his move. The law of space directly enveloped the high-ranked demon king, firmly binding him to the spot. Asterisk do. Asterisk, a series of sounds rang out. Just like the high-ranked power demon from before, this high-ranked demon king was directly shot into a hedgehog. The 9 arrows had all hit its vital points, and the demon heart in its body was completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the demon race had been killed or injured. Not to mention the demon marshals and demon general. Even many demon kings had fallen, including 2 high-ranked demon kings. And the ones who had caused this situation were actually 2 people, and both of them were only equivalent to mid-ranked demon kings. All the demon race soldiers felt that they had lost face, but whether it was Boya's mystical archery or the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand, these demon race soldiers were all afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. So many of them had been unable to do anything to them just now, so what was the point of having only half of them left? Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the remaining demon race soldiers scattered in all directions, collapsing into a group. Yang Kai lightly sneered. He originally wanted to stop the 2 high-ranked demon kings, but with a slight movement of his divine sense, he only blocked the path of one of them, allowing the other to escape. However, before that high-ranked demon king could escape far, a group of 1,000 soldiers intercepted it from the left and right. It was the 2 late Lao Ko and Yin. Previously, they had been ordered by Yang Kai to gather their men, which delayed them for a while. Furthermore, there were many of them, so their speed was naturally slower. They hurriedly chased after Yang Kai, fearing that something unexpected would happen to him. However, when they arrived, they were greatly shocked. Yang Kai was not surprised. On the contrary, the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were utterly defeated, all of them fleeing in panic. What happened? Lao Ku and Yin looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect this kind of situation to occur. However, right now they did not have much time to think. Seeing the demon race fleeing in all directions, they naturally ordered people to block and kill them. Meanwhile, the 2 of them stared at the high-ranked demon king that was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. Logically speaking, although the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were few, they were not weak. Under normal circumstances, they might have been able to fight, but right now, these guys were truly scared out of their wits and did not have the heart to fight at all. On
When
the
he saw
contrary,
that Yang Kai
the
wanted to fight
reinforcements
him
from
one-on-one,
Cloud Shadow's side
a
were at their
pleasantly
peak.
surprised
So
expression
as soon as
appeared
they
on
came
his
into
face.
contact,
He inwardly
the
thought
demon
that
race
his
on the
luck had
side of
truly
the demon
changed,
race suffered
and the
disastrous
heavens had not
losses.
forsaken him.
Not to mention
In
the
this
demon
one's
generals
opinion,
and demon
no
general,
matter how outstanding
even the
Yang
high-ranked
Kai's
demon
performance
king
was,
that was
his
intercepted
foundation
by
was
Lao
only
Ku
equivalent
and
to a
Yin,
mid-ranked
did not
demon
have the
king.
slightest
If
ability
he
to
attacked with his
retaliate.
full strength,
After a
he
few
might be able
exchanges,
to take down
a
Yang
wound
Kai.
appeared on his
And
body,
as long as he could
dripping
take
with
down
blood,
this child,
adding on
he
the
would be
fact
able
that
to
Boya
live,
was leisurely
and even
killing
help
them
you
from
sang
several dozen the
subduedly
entire
away.
Cloud Shadow.
Even if the demon
However,
race soldiers
after
on the side of the
exchanging a few
demon race
blows,
were
he
not
sensed that
completely
something
wiped
was
out.
wrong.
The
Only
cultivation
a
of
few would be
this
able to
human in
escape.
front of him was
At the
indeed
same
only
time,
equivalent to a
Yang Kai was
mid-ranked
also
demon
fighting
king.
with a high-ranked
But his
demon
battle
king.
prowess was
It was
something that
precisely
even
because he
high-ranked demon
sensed Lao
kings
Ku
could
and
not
Yin's
compare
arrival
to,
that
he was
he allowed
actually
the
at a
other high-ranked
disadvantage
demon king
even
to
when
leave,
he used his full
leaving
strength.
only this one
The
in front
power
of
in
him.
his opponent's
This
body,
one's strength was
whether
not
it was
bad,
quality or
a
quantity,
bit stronger than Lao
was
Ku and the
superior
others,
to his own by
but
a
it was
level.
limited. This was especially true for his physical strength, which was somewhat inconceivable. Every time they clashed, his arm would go numb. How was this possible? How could a mere human have such powerful strength? This kind of strength, even the descendants of Saint Sovereigns could not have, right? With this distraction, the situation became more and more unbearable. In an instant, several holes appeared on his body from Yang Kai's attacks, and blood flowed out. What made him feel even more terrified was that this human in front of him seemed to be at ease, and did not use his full strength at all. Chapter 3476. After a while, the situation on the Basket Plains became more and more unbearable. Other than the high-grade demon king, who was being besieged by Lao Ku and Yin, who was still struggling at death's door, the rest of the people had either fled without a trace, been killed by Boya from afar, or been intercepted by Cloud Shadow's reinforcements. The high-ranked demon king who was fighting with Yang Kai was also showing signs of weakness. He almost died a few times, and was bleeding profusely. He had already sensed that his situation was not good. Putting aside the fact that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, Boa was about to come out. Once that woman targeted him, he was afraid that he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, he hurriedly used his divine sense, and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. "Master, please have mercy. Takaruo is willing to give up the darkness for the light, and serve Master faithfully." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but his movements were not careless. Every move was deadly. He sneered and said, "You are Takaruo?" Lao Ke had previously reported that when Lai Kuang brought people to Cloud Shadow City, the nest of 1,000 devils was guarded by Takaruo. This demon king was also a high-ranked demon king from Basket Plains continent. However, when Lao Ku and Yin brought people over, they let him escape. So it was this guy. What a coincidence. For him to beg for mercy at this time, it was obvious that he felt powerless. If he did not beg for mercy, he would only be waiting for death. Looking at him indifferently, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Give me a reason to spare your life." Takaruo resisted with all his might while continuing to send a message. "After this battle, Basket Plains will definitely not be able to resist Master's might. Blue Plains continent will also be under Master's control. However, as far as I know, Master only has 3 high-ranked demon kings. How can 3 high-ranked demon kings guard the territory of 2 continents? Takaruo is not talented, but I am willing to share Master's burden." Kai Yang chuckled. "What you said is very reasonable." Hearing this, Takaruo was delighted. He thought that Yang Kai was going to agree, but Yang Kai looked at him coldly and mocked. "Aren't you afraid that Yusang will find trouble with you? Changing sides at the last moment is very hateful." Takaruo's face could not help but turn pale. Yang Kai's words were what he was most worried about. There was no problem in begging Yang Kai for mercy at this time, but the key was whether Yusang would settle accounts with him after learning about this. Yusang was a half-saint, and if he really wanted to take Yang Kai's life, Yang Kai was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to protect him. However, he had obviously thought of this a long time ago, so he naturally had an excuse. He immediately replied in a serious voice, "Lord Yusang has already been sent to the Two-Realm battlefield. Obviously, he has done something wrong and angered the Saint Sovereign. Not to mention whether he can return. Even if he can, who knows when it will be. Moreover, Master was conferred the title of prince. Obviously, Master Yusang values you more than Master Yusang. Master Yusang must have some misgivings. After pausing for a moment, he smiled bitterly. The most important thing is that if Master does not spare me today, Takaroa will be buried here. Therefore, I beg Master to show mercy. Takaroa will be willing to follow Master's orders in the future. Yonkai's eyes flashed. He snorted. You are quite sensible. Takaroa's words were sincere, and what he said was the truth. If he could not persuade Yonkai to spare him today, he would definitely die. Instead of worrying about whether Yusang would come after him, it was of course more important to stay alive. Moreover, Yonkai did not intend to kill him. Although he hoped that more people died in the demon race, as Takaro said, after today, the Blue Plain continent would be under his control. However, he only had 3 high-ranked demon king. How could he guard the vast territory of 2 continents? Subduing him could also make up for the lack of manpower. This was also the reason why he did not kill him. Otherwise, even if Takaroa was a high-ranked demon king, Yonkai could have taken his life with his current ability. After pondering for a moment, Yonkai said, It is not impossible to let you live, but you need to open your knowledge sea and let this king plant the divine soul brand. Tu Qiao Luo was different from Lao Ku and the others. Lao Ku, Ku-sun, and Yin were relatively clean, and Yonkai had Yuru Meng's orders, so he wasn't worried that they would do anything to harm him. However, Tu Qiao Luo was Yusang's subordinate, so how could Yonkai feel at ease if he didn't place his soul brand on him? Once the divine soul brand was planted, Takaro's life would be in Yonkai's hands, and he would not be able to resist in the future. This was even more tragic than Boa being controlled by Soul Puppet. Therefore, when he said this, Takaro's expression changed greatly. He said bitterly, Master, there is no need to plant the divine soul brand. I am willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that I will not be disloyal to Master in the future. Yonkai snorted. If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? You can think about it carefully. This king is not in a hurry. Takaro's face twitched. He thought to himself, You are not in a hurry, but I am. At this moment, the feather demon dozens of miles away had already drawn his bow and aimed at him. He could shoot the fatal arrow at any time. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Takaro could clearly feel the threat of death coming from dozens of miles away. He wanted to dodge, but Yonkai was suppressing him. He could not dodge at all. While he was hesitating, the aura dozens of miles away became more and more condensed. It seemed that the arrow was about to be shot at him. Knowing that it would be too late if he continued to hesitate, Takaro clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I will do as Master says. This subordinate will follow Master's lead in the future. I hope that Master will treat me with sincerity. You will know what this king's character is like in the future. Yonkai chuckled and turned around, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Boya's attack path, allowing Tu Qiaoyuo to relax. Staring at Yonkai for a moment, Tu Qiaoyuo let out a sigh and opened his knowledge sea. Yonkai did not hesitate. He immediately used his divine sense and planted his own brand in Takaro's knowledge sea. The two secretly reached an agreement here, but their hands did not stop. They were still fighting, mainly because they were afraid that the demon kings at the realm gate would see through them. After the brand was planted, a trace of imperceptible depression flashed across Takaro's face. However, he quickly calmed down and said, Master, this subordinate can help you subdue 2 more people. What do you think of this, Master? Why 2 people? Yonkai asked suspiciously. There were still 3 high-ranked demon kings left at the realm gate. At this time, they were also looking at this side. Kurson and his subordinates had been captured. Kurson and the others were not their opponents. The only reason they could hold on until now was because they were merciful. Seeing that the situation here was not good, the demon kings who were still at the realm gate naturally used their full strength. As early as when Lao Ku and Yin appeared, Kurson had already become a prisoner. They obviously wanted to use Kurson as a bargaining chip to have a good talk with Yonkai. Takaro said, One of them is Yusang's confidant. I am afraid it will not be easy to subdue him. Instead of keeping him alive, It is better to kill him directly. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at him meaningfully. With the Divine Soul brand, how could it not be easy to subdue him? No matter how loyal that Demon King was to Yu Sang, as long as the Divine Soul brand was planted, he would be Yang Kai's man. Takaro's suggestion was probably not entirely as he said. Maybe he already had a grudge with that Demon King and wanted to use Yang Kai to get rid of him. However, Yang Kai did not intend to investigate further. Even if Takaro really had the intention of intimidating Yu Sang, if there was really one of Yu Sang's confidants over there, it would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed in Takaro's eyes, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess. He smiled slightly and said, "Do you have any life-saving means?" Takaro was startled, but soon understood Yang Kai's intention and quickly replied, "Yes." "Then use it." Yang Kai gently nodded. "But be careful, don't get shot to death by that woman Boa." Takaro's face twitched, thinking that if he really died because of this, he would be wrongly accused. However, he also knew that Yang Kai could not warn Boa now, so he could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. He immediately shouted, and a mist of blood spurted out of his pores. His entire body turned into a red light and quickly fled toward the realm gate. With two whooshing sounds, streams of light shot out from dozens of miles away. Just as Yang Kai expected, Boa brazenly shot arrows. These two streaks of light were powerful, and they were launched later but arrived first. However, after Takaro had executed a life-saving secret technique, he managed to dodge one of the arrows by a hair's breadth, but the other arrow nailed into his thigh, directly piercing a bloody hole in his thigh, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, this kind of injury was nothing to Takaro. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover, and if he missed this opportunity, Boa would not be able to kill him again. "Master!" Not far away, Lao Ku and Yin led many elites of Cloud Shadow over. They cupped their fists and carefully examined Yang Kai's condition. After confirming that there were no injuries, they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the high-ranked Demon King that they had intercepted before, Boa had already secretly shot and killed it. "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded and leisurely looked toward the realm gate. He saw that Takaro had already met up with the demon race there and was saying something to them, causing a commotion. With a chuckle, Yang Kai looked at the embodiment's side. The commotion there had also subsided, and none of the demon race that had been lying in ambush there had escaped. It was a true annihilation. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, all the demon race had turned into dried corpses. At this time, the embodiment was hiding under the ground, quietly approaching the realm gate. After a few breaths of time, Boa valiantly flew over. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if she had met him for the first time, and asked, "That guy was turned over by you?" Yang Kai glanced at her. "You saw through it?" Boa sneered. "If not, why would you deliberately block my attack?" She was not a fool, and naturally could see some clues. Moreover, she had already noticed that the divine thoughts between Yang Kai and Takaro were surging. She did not know what they were secretly communicating with each other, but it was not difficult to guess this point. Chapter 3477. Yang Kai said in realization. So you did it on purpose. Since Boya was able to see through Tu Qiao Luo's defection, then the 2 arrows from before were obviously just for show. It wasn't a mistake. However, this gave Yang Kai a deeper understanding of her archery skills. Even after Tu Qiao Luo used his life-saving secret technique, Boya was still able to accurately shoot through one of his legs. It was obvious that this woman's archery skills were superb. Boya snorted. This is more realistic, isn't it? Yang Kai did not comment. He only paused for a moment before walking forward and saying with the other party with ridicule, "Let's go meet them. Talk?" Thousands of people followed behind. What do you have to talk to valiant and spirited? The high-ranked Demon King coldly snorted. The many members of the demon race had bitter and unwilling expressions, immediately causing Curson to reveal for the high-ranked Demon King in the lead. He said seriously, his face was twisted to the point of being sinister. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly refused, thinking that they would be able to get rid of Cloud Shadow in one revealed a look of despair. Who would have thought that the high-ranked Demon King was not surprised at all, suffering heavy losses, and only ridiculed. In today's battle, about his life whether it was the early planning in any case, he is still your subordinate. There were no problems. Yang Kai snorted. In terms of numbers and strength, subordinates should have the awareness to sacrifice their lives stronger than Cloud Shadow's side, and disregard life and death. No matter how one looked at it, if they are timid in their actions, Cloud Shadow had the upper hand. What use is there for this king? In the end, he then stared at Curson and said, obtained a complete victory. Don't worry, and Cloud Shadow will kill them all and bury them with you. Not a single one will be left alive. Only 4 had survived. When these words were said, as for the other demons of Lao Yuan were in demon kings, and all of more than a dozen of them dead. The number of demon generals was innumerable. The corner of his mouth twitched. This kind of result made everyone on Cloud Shadow's side deliberately mystifying things. And the main culprit behind all of this was actually a human. For a moment, he did not no longer have the advantage of being the first to arrive. Easily take Curson's on the contrary, life. He would have no bargaining was gathered and their morale was high. When the time came, if they were not careful, he could only meet with they weapons. Might really be wiped out. And with the current morale and strength of his side, Cloud Shadow still had really captives on hand. Point, so it was not impossible for them to make a comeback. And he himself would have no chance of Cloud Shadow army towards them. Gritting his teeth, a commotion broke out at the realm gate. If that is really the case, king in the lead then no one will have an easy time calming the hearts of the people. If you want to fight, they still then go ahead and try. Demon Kings. Let's see if this king still had the strength to down with him. As long as having said Yang Kai, he could only advance in order to retreat. They would be able to hoping that Yang Kai would make a wise choice. When Master Yu Sang give him a chance to two-realm battlefield, unexpectedly, they would naturally be able to regain their face. Take you all down with Sang would punish them for what happened today. Qualifications. It was no longer within the scope of their consideration. Kill. Some physical pain was better than dying here. The high-ranked demon after a short while skipped a beat. Yang Kai and his expression changed drastically to a place 1,000 feet away from the portal. Really did not care about the lives of his subordinates. And a group of Cloud Shadow army clearly not giving them a way out. Glaring Curson could not help but close his eyes. The silent and austere pressure caused the demons of Lao Yuan with a chi sound to involuntarily was hiding in the dark on the weapons took the initiative to shoot an arrow. Their expressions changed. Her target was the high-ranked careless move had caused the position of the host the aura and the guest to change. He instinctively raised his hand and placed Curson in front of him. The confrontation only lasted for a few breaths as a shield to block but the demon race on Lao Yuan's side just was somewhat unable to bear a violent demonic aura surged behind him. Demon King and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and the demonic chi in his palm surged, causing his internal organs if he could take to Curson's life his at body any time. Staggered forward. He looked at Yang Kai with blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. He immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, "We can sit down and have a good talk." Although he did not look back, he knew who had attacked him from behind. After being together for so many years, he could not be more familiar with Tukuro's demonic aura fluctuations. A thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely understood that Tukuro had betrayed him long ago. Otherwise, why would he attack him at this time? So that was it. Escaping back here using a secret technique, and getting hit by an arrow was just a disguise to make him lower his guard. The hatred in his heart could not be washed away, even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. And after Tukuro blasted out his palm, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he anxiously transmitted a message to the other 2 high-ranked Demon King. "Don't attack. I'm running out of time. I guarantee that you won't die." These 2 were originally at a loss for what was happening in front of them. But after hearing Tukuro's words, they immediately understood the cause and effect. They only hesitated for a moment before dispersing their demonic aura. At the same time, like Tukuro, They also retreated to show their sincerity. However, both of them let out a long sigh, and a complicated look appeared in their eyes. At the same time, Boya's arrow was already in front of them. Seeing that Kurson was about to be killed by this arrow, the arrow strangely made a turn, swept past Kurson's neck, and directly blasted into the shoulder of the high-ranked Demon King behind him. Flesh and blood exploded, and half of the high-ranked Demon King's shoulder was almost flattened. The violent power caused his body to lean back slightly. Before he could react, Yang Kai had already pounced over and grabbed Kurson from his hand. Without even looking, he directly threw Kurson behind him. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and sent out a palm strike. Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. At this moment, time seemed to stop for a moment. When everyone regained their senses, they only saw the high-ranked Demon King spurting blood from his mouth after being hit by Yang Kai. His aura was weak. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk 3 arrows flew over and Boya, who was hiding in the dark, once again made her move. With incomparable precision, the 3 arrows pierced into the enemy's body, causing blood to splatter all over the sky. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. Whether it was the demon race or Cloud Shadow, except for a few people who were mentally prepared, everyone else was shocked. After releasing the flowing time Great Emperor, like a shuttle, Yang Kai didn't make another move. He only watched with a cold expression. He knew that there was no need for him to make a move. There was someone who wanted this guy to die here more than him. Sure enough, after Boya released the 3 arrows and heavily injured the high-ranked Demon King, Tukuro immediately roared, "Attack!" He didn't care about the aftereffects of using the secret technique, and desperately urged his Demon Yuan to rush toward the high-ranked Demon King. The other 2 Demon Kings who had been watching with folded arms also followed closely behind, attacking their former comrades at the same time. Lao Ku and Yin were dumbstruck as they watched from the side. They suddenly realized that there was nothing for them to do here. The dust settled. They were ambushed by Tukuro was gasping for breath. Then they were hit by Yang Kai's divine technique. And there was a lingering fear in his eyes. And then they were hit by Boya's 3 arrows. However, he forced himself to stay alert and King was already heavily injured. Master, now that Tukuro and 2 other high-ranked Demon Kings had joined forces to attack a smile that wasn't a smile. How could it possibly win? Gently nodded and said, this Demon King knew that he was going to die. He then turned his head, so he didn't have any intention of begging the other 2 high-ranked Demon Kings. He just used all his strength. These 2 already had no way out when they joined someone down with Tukuro. However, so they naturally it was knew impossible for Tukuro and the others to give him this opportunity. We are willing to submit. They were very cautious and didn't act rashly. Master can disregard our former good opportunity than give us a chance to redeem ourselves. Yang Kai said indifferently, "That depends on your sincerity." These 2 high-ranked Demon Kings looked at each other, thinking that they had already shown their sincerity. Yu Sang's henchmen were killed by them and Tukuro. Now, other than submitting, what else could they do? Tukuro had an awkward expression on his face. He coughed lightly and transmitted his voice to them. When the 2 Demon Kings heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Tukuro in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Tukuro's face turned slightly red, and he transmitted his voice to them again. After a while, these 2 Demon Kings cupped their fists bitterly and said, "We are willing to let Master plant the brand of Divine Soul. From now on, wherever Master points, we will follow." At the same time, they cursed in their hearts, "Fuck, I've boarded a pirate ship. If I had known earlier, I would have fought with all my might. Maybe I would have had a chance to survive." Chapter 3478. However, since things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. If they wanted to live, they could only offer their loyalty. At the same time, they blamed Tukuro in their hearts for not making things clear earlier. If they had made things clear earlier, they might not have turned traitor. Instructing the 2 Demon Kings to open their knowledge seas, Yang Kai placed his soul brand in each of their knowledge seas one by one, the cold look on his face finally disappearing, replaced by a warm and friendly one. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to hold back. Lao Ku-san and Yin also came up to congratulate him. However, they were a little worried in their hearts. Although Yang Kai was conferred the title of Imperial Prince and seemed to be highly valued by the Saint Master, The Saint Master had sent him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the World Gate. Now that this guy had taken down the Basket Plains and led them to kill so many Demon King level masters, they did not know if the Saint Master would blame them if he knew. In the demon territory, although the Demon Saint had conflicts with each other, causing the continents under the Demon Saint to be hostile to each other, this was already considered an internal conflict. Whether it was the Cloud Shadow mainland or the Basket Plains, they were all Uru Meng's territory. Especially when the war between the demon territory and the astral world had broken out, it was time to eliminate all internal conflicts and work together to fight against the outside world. Moreover, even if the Lord would not blame him, what about Yu Sang? Yu Sang was indeed sent to the two-realm battlefield, but the Basket Plains was his territory after all. When Yu Sang returned, the Basket Plains would not be settled peacefully. Lao Ku and the other two were worried, but they couldn't say anything at this time. Although Yang Kai was partly responsible for this incident, ordering Ku Sun to block the Basket Plains boundary gate was an act that had crossed the line. Basket Plains' response was simply too excessive. Otherwise, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. Since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Yu Sang's trusted aide had been eliminated, and the remaining 3 high-ranked demon kings, Tukuro and Tukuro, had also been implanted with the Divine Soul brand. The others naturally did not have any thoughts of resistance. In any case, the rafters that stuck out would rot first. With Tukuro and the other demon kings in front of them, they had nothing to fear. After a single battle, the entire Grapple Plains had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. This was something that the Grapple Plains would never have thought of. Yang Kai was not prepared to get involved in the matter of Laoyuan. He ordered Tu Cha Luo and the other 2 to take care of it themselves. He only wanted to maintain the stability of the Realm Gate. He then ordered everyone to collect the corpses of the Demon King and throw them into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour. Although these Demon Kings were already dead, there was still a lot of energy left in their bodies that hadn't been released yet. It would be useful for the avatars to devour them. As for the spoils of war, Yang Kai kept most of them and gave the rest to Lao Ke. The demons were very grateful and felt that their king was very generous. After dealing with all the matters, Yang Kai brought everyone back to Cloud Shadow to continue his mission. Time flew by and 2 months passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been comprehending at the Realm Gate. Laoyuan and Cloud Shadow were both under his control. The Realm Gate was completely sealed off, so naturally, no one would disturb him. After 2 months of comprehension, Yang Kai had gained a lot in terms of space principles. However, he didn't make much progress in protecting the Realm Gate, so he didn't really care. As for Yang Kai's seizure of Laoyuan, it also caused a big disturbance in the Holy City. Bai Zhua had said before that in the demon territory, the strength of a demon saint and half-saint was directly related to the number of territories they occupied. This was not only because the territories they occupied could provide some mysterious luck to the half-saint and demon saint, but more importantly, it was because of the myriad demon pills produced by each continent. The more territories they occupied, the more myriad demon pills they would be able to obtain. The same went for the number of experts under their command. Laoyuan continent was originally Yu Sang's territory. Now that Yang Kai had seized Laoyuan continent before Yu Sang returned, it could be said that he didn't have the right to do so. He even killed 6 high-ranked demon kings and dozens of mid-rank and low-ranked demon kings, greatly weakening Laoyuan continent's strength. This caused many half-saint guards to be dissatisfied with him. Yu Meng's side had received complaints from the half-saint more than once. They wanted Yu Meng to punish Yang Kai as a warning to others. Of course, Yu Meng wouldn't do that. However, with so many half-saint complaining about this, she couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, it would affect her prestige. A month after Yang Kai seized Laoyuan continent, Yu Meng sent someone over and fiercely reprimanded Yang Kai. She said that Yang Kai's Laoyuan continent wasn't his territory, and that he shouldn't do such a thing. She also said that Laoyuan continent's power had been greatly weakened, but there was no suitable person to take charge of it. She asked Yang Kai to temporarily take charge of Laoyuan continent's affairs, and wait for Yu Sang to return from the two-realm battlefield. When the news spread, the half-saint felt that it was inconceivable. They felt that the half-saint was a little too biased towards this human. She said that she would wait for Yu Sang to return to Laoyuan continent. But who knew when Yu Sang would return, and whether he would be able to return alive? The war in the star boundary was intense. It wasn't impossible for a half-saint to fall. However, since Yu Rumeng had already taken a step back, they couldn't force her too much. This matter was left unsettled. They couldn't use Yang Kai's matter to make an example out of Yang Kai. Instead, they helped Yang Kai to take over Laoyuan continent. This made the half-saint reevaluate Yang Kai as a human. Yang Kai himself didn't take this matter to heart. In the past 2 months, other than cultivating at the Realm Gate, he had sent people to various continents to gather information. Now that he had people from 2 continents at his disposal, he had sent over tens of thousands of spies out. His main mission in the demon territory was to bring back the Great Emperor's bright moon, but he hadn't made any progress so far. Previously he had asked Yu Rumeng, but she wasn't too sure either. Now that she knew the whereabouts of the Great Emperor's bright moon, Yang Kai didn't want to ask her, lest she became suspicious. He couldn't ask anyone else either, so he could only rely on himself for bright moon's matter. He sent the spies out to gather information about the abnormal situation in various continents in the past year, especially during the period when Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. He hoped to infer Bright Moon's location from these clues. One day, Yang Kai was comprehending the principle of space transformation at the Realm Gate when sound suddenly flew over from afar. She exchanged glances with Kurson, who was guarding the place, and their divine thoughts surged as they communicated for a while. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. When sound came over, he was aware of it, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now looking at her in Kurson, it seemed that something big had happened. "Your Majesty," Sound cupped her hands slightly and said with a slightly excited voice, "The nest of thousand devils has been a little abnormal recently. The demonic chi is surging. I'm afraid that the thousand demons pill is about to take shape." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an excited expression. "Are you sure?" Sound smiled and said, "Most likely. Usually, as long as there is this abnormal movement, we can collect it within a month." "Very good, let's go and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested. He had been to the nest of thousand devils once before, but it was just a dark pit with nothing special. According to Lao Ku and others, the nest of thousand devils was usually like this, and there would only be some changes when the thousand demons pill was about to take shape. Yang Kai was very concerned about the thousand demons pill. This pill was useless to him, but it was very beneficial to the Dharmakaya. It was just that the Dharmakaya needed too many pills, and the thousand demons pill was only collected once every 10 years. The cloud shadow could only collect dozens to hundreds of pills each time. With the thousand demons pill alone, the Dharmakaya needed 3,000 pills to progress further. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With the thousand demons pill this time, the Dharmakaya could also shorten the growth time. When Yang Kai first came to the Cloud Shadow mainland, Lao Ku and others said that within half a year, the thousand demons pill should be ready to be collected. Counting the days, it should be about the same time now. When Yang Kai brought Carson and Sound to the nest of thousand devils, they saw the demonic chi soaring to the sky, and the demonic clouds rolling. The originally ordinary pit now seemed to have a life of its own, and was constantly moving. Lao Ku stood not far away from the nest of thousand devils, looking excited and expectant. For many years, ever since Lai Kuang joined Yu Sang, they had not participated in the collection of the thousand demons pill. Every time the thousand demons pill took shape, the Basket Plain mainland would send people to collect it, and then directly send it to Yu Sang, who would then pass it to the holy sage. Originally, every time they collected, they would be given 1 or 2 pills, and the rest would be given to the holy sage. However, all these years, the thousand demons pill that originally belonged to them had gone into Yu Sang's pocket, which made them angry and helpless. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Lao Ku immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "My king!" How's the situation? Yang Kai looked over and saw that every time the nest of 1,000 devils swallowed and spat out, a large amount of atmospheric energy would be sucked into the pit, and because of this, countless tornadoes would be formed. The scene was terrifying. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The last time he was here, there was nothing unusual. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils was like, and why it existed in almost every mainland of suitable size. He had inquired about this before, and knew that the nest of 1,000 devils did not exist in the beginning of the demon territory. It was formed later, and there were many theories about when it was formed. The most popular theory was that the nest of 1,000 devils suddenly appeared 1,000 years after the demon territory became a fragment of the mainland. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils had to do with the collapse of the demon territory. Looking at the situation, the harvest this time should not be small. There should be at least 70 to 80 pills, or even 100 pills. Lao Ku replied with a smile, looking like an old farmer who had finally reaped a harvest after a year of hard work. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for being so happy. After interacting with Yang Kai for the past few months, he found that Yang Kai was quite good. This time, when he collected the myriad demon pills, he would definitely share some with them. Not to mention the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings. The high-rank demon kings would at least be able to obtain one as a reward. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. You can even tell how much we can harvest? Lao Ku replied, I've seen a lot, so naturally I can make some judgments. Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned his head to look around. He saw that many members of the demon race were sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating their chi and cultivating. He asked thoughtfully, Is it beneficial for you to cultivate nearby? He nodded and said, My king is right. Every time the nest of myriad devils moves, the yuan chi of heaven and earth will gather. At this time, cultivating in this area is several times more efficient than usual. Naturally, no one is willing to waste such an opportunity. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.